Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits, and we are here with an AM EST edition of Chomp Champs before I go to my schmo job for one of the last times I'm going to have to do that, because you guys are making it so that we can be the Pac-Man in real life, the Pac-Maniac. We are the Chomp Champ, the Double Champ, the Triple Champ, the Pac-Maniac Champion. You know, that being that we are the U.S. Eastern Division, United States in general, and Global Champion at Pac-Man Megatonal Battle Chomp Champs by our good friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment. So I just want to check in with the morning and do what I always do, which is give the glory to the people that have come paved the way for the road to #1. So those people are the bricks that have laid the cornerstones that are making it so people are motivated to be #1. And if I didn't have all these championships, if I wasn't the Kenny Omega Pac-Man right now, the belt collector, you would not have any motivation to play this game other than being one of the guys that infectiously takes over one of those zombie-fied bots in the maze and becomes them to come after me, the Chomp Champ, the Champion, la Champion, and we are rocking and rolling. As Brian from the Vid-Bits is here, Pops plays, Johnny Monad 777 here to rock and roll with you guys in the morning for some Chomp Champs. So let's go ahead and check out the leaderboard. I don't know what we picked up last time. I think we focused on the U.S. Eastern Division to begin, so let's go ahead and worry about the Global Division and rock the top 20, and then when we do our episode tonight, when we break 100,000 points rating live tonight on YouTube as the first team to ever do it, we will make sure to stick around and show you the U.S. Eastern Division leaderboards. Again, if you have any type of desire to continue to flesh out your socials and make it so that you can be part of this action and part of the fun when we call you out, especially because you're in the top 20, that's what we're focusing on right now till we get everything rocking and rolling. I hope that you know that we appreciate your time that you're putting into Pac-Man Megatonal Battle Chomp Champs, again posted by our good friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and undo the screen so you can see what's going on here. It's kind of just giving you some heads up as we were rolling into the action. Going to go and check out where we have moved. We were only up about 3.5 hours of time before we took some time to sleep and recalibrate and do all of our responsibilities. Alright, so if we look globally, he did not move any. He stayed the same, which is amazing for us because he's the only person that's really catching us. But then if you're not paying attention to AV007, then you are ignoring your next competition, and you can see that they're fervorously climbing up the leaderboard. So let's go ahead and go to the bottom here. Ah, shit. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to go to the bottom of the 20th place of the global leaderboard here in Chomp Champs. So these are the Chomp Champ tier, the highest tier you can get. And like I've said, the top 20 now is the minimum barrier to entry is 20,000 rating that you should be trying to get. So 20,000 rating to get in here. We appreciate you guys that are working hard to get up into the competition. But we're going to start at number 20. It's Insanity Drew with a win-loss record of 279-1 and a rating of 20,492. Number 19, we have Daddy Mark with a win-loss record of 288-4 and the rating of 20,493. Number 18, Guardian Fan Such with a 279-1 win-loss record and a rating of 20,665. Number 17, P-Man 454, that has not moved in several days, over half a week of not moving, unfortunately after having a crippling loss before hitting the 300 win-loss record. So they have the 298-1 win-loss record with a rating of 21,381. Number 16, new to the top 20, Try Again. He's very rare, very new and very cool gamer tag, Try Again, with the win-loss record of 340-6 and a rating of 21,707. Number 15, we have Lucifer Heaven with a win-loss of 322-0, a perfect win-loss record with a rating of 22,933. Number 14, Gamer 2012 with a win-loss record of 365-4 and a rating of 23,774. Number 13, True Carnage with the win-loss of 327-1 and a rating of 23,808. Number 12, we have David Dow 00 with the win-loss of 333-0, a third of the way through his first grand of victories. They're flawless so far. Very, very impressive, David Dow 00, number 12, as you have that as well as a rating of 24,611. Number 11, always in the conversation, is Yellow, just edging out the top 10 Chomp champs in the global leaderboard with a win-loss record of 377-1 and a rating of 26,645. Now your top 10 Chomp champs globally. Number 10, Space. Space has a 383-0 perfect win-loss record with a rating of 27,754. Number 9, Shanimal, with the 420-2 win-loss record and a rating of 28,686. Number 8, E-Branch. E-Branch has a win-loss record of 430-5 with a rating of 29,047, just edging out the splash screen, and then would be the 8th person to hit the 30,000 point rating metric. Now the splash screen for your US or your global Chomp champions, your top 10 Chomp champions of the world. Number 10 was Space. Number 9 was Shanimal. Number 8 was Eve Branch. Please work your ass off. You are the 3 that are edged out of the splash screen. You are now giving honorable mentions on what we call hype sauce. Space, Shanimal, Eve Branch. Evolve your tech. Work hard. Put in the grind. You can do it. But for now, we move up. You are now off of the splash screen. You were in the top 10, but we're focusing on our sponsor. Brought to you by water. Water, hopefully you find it somewhere, anywhere. Have some. But don't steal it, just enjoy it. Anyone, everyone, have some water. I'm having a sip right now of some delicious vapor distilled water with some electrolytes added for taste. Again, your top 7 Chomp champions in the world. Number 7, Shiba Inu, with a win-loss record of 536-11 and a rating of 33,136. Number 6, Mothership, with a win-loss record of 488-2 and a rating of 33,797. Your top 5 Chomp champions in the world. Number 5, Mr. Socrates, 1988, with a flawless, second highest in the world globally, win-loss record of 489-0 and a rating of 36,130. Number 4, AV007, with a win-loss record of 662-6 with a rating of 46,811. They are only the 4th person to hit the 600 and higher win-loss rating. So congratulations to them for that. That's very impressive. Your top 3 Chomp champions globally. Number 3, former United States champion Kofi YT. Kofi YT has the highest flawless rating in Chomp champs globally, with 829 wins and 0 losses. They have an amazing, only crested by 2 other people, over 50,000 and now 60,000 been hit by 3 people rating of 61,686. Number 2, the former global champion, MintDaddyPig. MintDaddyPig is only the 2nd person ever to hit the 900, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 point metrics. They were actually the first person to hit all of those metrics except for when we eclipsed them. They have 1,301 wins and 4 losses, and are only the 2nd person to hit the 70,000th, 80,000th, or 90,000th point metric, with really being the first person to do the 70,000th and 80,000th point tier until we eclipsed them to beat them and pass them before we hit the 90,000th point barrier first. Congratulations. But ultimate congratulations are ordered to the Vid-Bits, your number 1 champion globally, holding the Eastern Championship from the United States, the United States Championship overall, and also the Global Championship for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. We have an amazing 1,333-3 win-loss record with an amazing 96,686 rating. We are the first person to hit the 90,000 point metric. We will be the first person to hit the 100,000 point barrier and beyond. We are also going against some of the best players in the world here, folks, so please know that this is an attainable thing, and if you'd like to know how to become a champion or a champion, please check out this folder that's called Road to Number 1 as we continue to pave it while we are showing the respects for all the bricks that were laid in it. You are not bricks, you are superstars, and we have given time to the lead, which we have said was 3.5 hours behind to our rival, to let you know that we really are caring about giving glory to the gamers. That's what we do here at the Vid-Bits, give the glory to the gamers. So thank you very much. I hope that you've enjoyed the pre-show as we get hyped up and see how much lead we lost, because we do that stuff. Plus I'm also doing some laundry in this episode, so if it sounds kind of shoddy, I won't be doing that very often, but also I have to respectfully deal with the contracts of where I'm at. So because I did that stuff, he didn't move at all, and we're going to continue to dominate as the Triple Chomp, and we are freaking happy to be your Triple Chomp. We could say the Quad Chomp, you know, if you think about it, because we have the Eastern Championship for the United States Championship as a whole, and also the Global Championship, but all together they're unified to be the Pac-Maniac Championship, which we call, you know, the Triple Chomp when we're just talking about them, but when we're unified, you know, you can throw up that 4 that we can't say because, you know, it's, you know, but, you know, I also give the 2 sweet too, but you can't say that because, you know. But that's how we roll here. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, aka Pops, aka Johnny Monad 777, and we're rocking and rolling with some Chomp Champs, and we're going to be going into, you know, see what kind of territory we're going into. I'm kind of setting myself up for this evening shift. After Braden gets through with some of the stuff you have coming up here today on our programming block, you're guaranteed to see another episode of Game a Day May. He's going to do Red Dead Redemption as he figures out the next step, because he has finished the DLC for Dark Souls 3 and is getting ready to now crest the top of the hill as he looks at the beautiful sunset, as he looks down into the valley that is Elden Ring, with the future castle in the distance that is the DLC that we are looking forward to at the end of June. So hopefully you are rocking and rolling in your way too in your pursuit of that. If you haven't played the game at all, Elden Ring, you have time to catch up, guys. Like, I swear he's going to be doing it with you live, so now is the time to do that. I highly suggest that you get involved with the community. If you're not seeing them in chat, then just know that they can be found on the Discord. We're still trying to iron out all the bugs there, but it is happening, I promise. Especially as the esports league here for the Vid-Bits goes on no funding, but just all ideas and birthing my platform as the Chomp Champion to make sure it happens. We're going to make sure that fathers and sons are linked up together through different communities, and we can get more contact on people that can, like, you know, fathers and sons are iron sharpening iron each other on leaderboard chasing and speed run tech, especially when they've done what me and Braden's done, which is not have any age barrier, or also appreciate each other's ideas no matter what generation we're from. You can do anything, guys, and if you want any example, I am the 9th place DuckTales World Speedrunner on the Disney Afternoon Collection on the Xbox platform, and that's second in the world. I'm sorry, second in the United States, only eclipsed by somebody that I don't have time to really work on beating yet. And then Braden is, I think, 18th on his own in the top 20 of that same game. So it shows you when you're working with each other, you can do anything. So guys, know that when I'm talking about honing in on, there's got to be other fathers and sons, or brothers and sisters, or best friends that are like brothers and sisters, that are just not, the blood is just defining whether you put some sort of label on the bond, that are doing these type of things too. And we're going to network you guys, and we're going to get to the point where we're going to have some sort of, it's going to be like the video game Olympics eventually, guys. We're going to have, like, you know, like the end of the Wizard with, like, video game Armageddon. Well, the thought of those tournaments and all those things that are being geared towards just FPS and strategy games, and the fun being sucked out of them because it's all sucked into corporate sponsorships, we're going to take those things out. We're going to make this way more accessible. We're going to do amazing things in that community, and we're going to make people that are normal, everyday Joes feel like superstars gamers again, because you are, and unfortunately we're just not able to unearth you because you may not be socially presentable yet, because you are antisocial, or you have some sort of what they consider some sort of, you know, tick or quip, or not quip, but a quirk about you, whatever it is, something that's not quantifiable. The fact is, you are unapologetically, authentically you, and that's why you don't get that recognition. Well, we're going to find a way to help you level up and get out there, and we're going to do all these things with the esports community, and we're doing no funding right now. So I think the best thing is we'll get there, because the groundswell of everybody who wants to be part of it will know that they're ready to take the spotlight, guys. And all you have to do is activate maximum right now, pow boom, just start doing whatever you want to do today towards your goals, and you will be Pac-Man world champion someday. That's what you want to be, because I can't once you guys make the philanthropy aspect of this and the Vid-Bits channel itself more big than I can handle being Chomp Champ since MC. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do both, and I'll have to then since this will be my passion. And right now I'm working a movie retail job, and I've been using the Vid-Bits as my passion for 2 years, and instead of just being able to be settled with being amazingly happy, settled in with my son doing the content blocks we've done for a couple years now, and being the best kept secret on YouTube for father-son gaming entertainment and the video game industry, let alone trying to heal the culture the way that we do. I truly believe that I was putting the time and place to do it the way that I'm doing it, where now, you know, the movie theater job was my normal job that I had to do, and it's been non-sustainable forever, but I can't ethically hurt people or leave people in the lurch. So I just keep giving selflessly and pouring from an empty cup, and we would use the video game stuff, the Vid-Bits, for 2 years now, and poured our heart into putting over 860 videos now on there for YouTube, that just now, after a couple weeks, almost a month now, the monetization button's been hit, and we're still making pennies and not stopping because we're disappointed that we're making pennies. We're thankful that we're making pennies. We're blessed, we're appreciative, and we're moving on, because those pennies stack into whatever we can make, like buy the Nintendo Switch for you guys so we can have all that content. It's all those things that are still going back into the Vid-Bits. We've never took a dime for ourselves yet, even though you guys are throwing the little bit of money that you're throwing at us, and we need it. We need that money to survive, and we're not using it for that. We're using it for the channel still, for the first wave. And when we cash out, that whole thing's going towards getting the Nintendo Switch and all of the content we can selfishly for us, so that we can non-selfishly display our talent to use the games and stuff, to do what we do in the way that we do it, to give you guys the proper reviews that you deserve and the proper empathy and awesome experiences to show you what that is. So you can, if you decide it's for you, number one and number two, we can be able to have that also in the rotation of having all the modern consoles. So we can, when you say that you want to see it on this console, and we look through the Fun Club for funding, we can buy those games to review them as soon as you want them. We can play the multiplayer games with you when you want to play them, and that's so important to us, because, you know, instead of being like, I'm really starving and I need this money, you know, we have like $70, $90 right now, we need $100 to cash out, we're going to still roll that in, the goal is to buy all of it, everything that's available publicly, commercially, physically, not everything on the eShop, unless we get to that point too, then we'll buy out on the eShop too, and then whatever's left over, we're going to roll over into just splitting into the community into prizes and stuff, so that you guys get some of it too. And then we can move on, even if you don't have the Switch or want the Switch, or know that you're not going to get the Switch, we'll have some smaller prizes for the people that have the different platforms, so we can get it in the form of e-currency. But the whole point is that first wave is just for us, because the 80% is for you with all is for us in that one instance, because we're going to take the Switch and all the stuff, and we're going to have it, so that we can use it and review it, and it starts the Switch collection, so we don't have to pick that stuff up eventually. But then the 20% to you is probably whatever's left over. Maybe, or if we're lucky, we'll be that. But if it's not, then there is no 20%. You have to realize we're all in it, and we need all that stuff eventually to be able to review everything for you. But going forward, you know, when we do Fun Club stuff after that first wave and it's completely wiped out, then it's going to be like everything is going to be an 80-20 split. 80% is going to run the business, and part of that is going to be subsetted off into what you guys get as prize pools and giveaways and our philanthropy. But and the rest of, after running the business, everything else is going into that. That's going into you. So when you like, share, subscribe, as long as you're subscribed, you're in the Fun Club. If you're on the very bottom level of buy us a bit of caffeine, then you guys are in at the tier 3, but you're still in the Fun Club, so you're still in the prize pool. If you're in tier 2, which is the significant contribution, then you're still tier 2, whatever that means, of the membership tier, but you're still in the prize pool. And if you're one of the amazing people like Skippy the Bard or William that's in the what is it called? Completely unnecessary, because it's completely unnecessary for you to think that you can spend money on some guys living their dreams if you're not spending that money on living your own. But we want you to, until we get the sponsorships and this starts rolling over, then you awesomely are still the tier 3 or whatever, the best tier. So whatever you want, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, strike that, reverse it. It doesn't fucking matter. He's still tier 3 in the membership tier, but you're still in the fun club, so you're still eligible for the prizes. So we'll have possibly stuff that says you have to be this tier to win this prize, and we pull from that. But I don't want to do that because I don't want people to think that they can't be eligible for the coolest stuff because they're not. All we want you to do is be in the fun club. So just subscribe, just hang out in the chats, and then you'll all have the eligibility. So when we do this, that'll happen. But how am I speaking like this when I have $10 in my bank account? Because I know it's going to happen, because it's what we've done for 2 years to get to this point. We've wiped out every time that we've gotten to the end of the day. We've wiped out, and instead of giving up, we've rolled into another day of Vid-Bits mania, and fucking at this point Pac-mania for me, because I practiced Pac-Man for 20 years, 25 years on my own, just competing in the leaderboards across all the consoles and not doing very well, and knowing how to play original Pac-Man pretty decent and getting to round 21. But then lightning in the bottle hits, and the Battle Royale formula hits, and our good friends at Bandai Namco, which we are trying to achieve sponsorship through, but we are not sponsored, but we're actively achieving, have applied for it. They provide this experience for a guy like me, the same that Nintendo did with Mario 35, that makes it so I'm amazing at this, and then I just have to worry about staying in my lane, the sea of haters online, people quantifying how many people are playing, what style game it is, realizing that it's in its infancy and still hating on it, all of life. But I'm staying in my own lane, trying to work that job in the real life, and now it's gotten to the point where today I'm going to have to let them know what's up, because I am the champion of the Eastern Division of this game of the world. I am the champion of the entire United States of this game, and I'm also the champion of the world of this game, the Triple Chomp, the Pac-Maniac champion. Why would I stop now to work and pop popcorn when I'm living my dream, fellows? And if you don't agree with that, that's fine, but then click off. But just make sure that you tell somebody else there's this crazy Pac-Maniac ruling the world, and he's doing it for you because he wants you to level up in life, because he has. He's at the next level with his son, and they are the Vid-Bits. They are amazing, and Braden does everything that he does and more. And Braden's going to go on to do even better things because he knows that I finally have made it. So all it does is validate that he knows he's made it, and he knows that he's just like, Dad, wrangle it in. Well, how do you wrangle it in when you're right there fervorously at the line where when you're thirsty, you drink some water, and every drop tastes like Felix Felicis because you're like Harry Potter, and you're walking through the perfect path, and you call your shot to be the Pac-Maniac by being behind 7 days. And then after you're behind 7 days, and you know it's the furthest 7 days you're behind that people paid for, and you are 7 days behind, and then you spend 7 more days building your confidence, and then 7 more days achieving it. Then within 1 week, you talk to 3 people that are over $1 million in the bank. Well, you say that so you'll be a millionaire. The week before, you know you're going to be a millionaire. That's 1 7. The first millionaire is kind of doubting you, but he doesn't know what's wrong with you. That's the other 7. The next 7, or the third 7, is the one that you were going to give all of your all to, and they knew they were going to use you like a battery, but they know you're destined for bigger things, and they're happy for you. So that's the third 7. And the fourth 7 is a man named Thor, who gave us the answers because we gave everything that we had extra, and we were able to ask him just the most poignant question, and he became the key of the Twilight and validated that we are to go all in. So we are going all in, people. All fucking in, just like Cody and the Bucks did, and they bet on themselves. We're betting on ourselves, and if we fucking, when we quit this job, or we whittle down to it, and we're just doing this full time, if we have to sell every one of these possessions and sleep on a cot to make that happen, we will. Don't feel sorry for us. I feel sorry for you that you're not activating today, that you're not living your dream today, that you're looking at this material shit all day and thinking that that's going to make you a gamer, that you're making an amazing gaming wall behind yourself, and that's going to motivate you to start your channel, that you need the best of everything to fucking do it. You will get that stuff. It's like my papa once told me when I wanted to try to learn guitar. I was like, I want this electric guitar. I want to be the greatest guitarist ever. He's like, all right, bet. I went and did my shit, and I came home, and I was so happy. He's like, I got you a guitar. I'm like, all right, let's go. I'm ready to go. I want to be that guitarist. He's like, are you ready? And I'm like, yep. He pulls out the oldest, smelliest, muskiest case. And I'm like, what is this? It is humongous. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then he opens it up. He's like, here you go. I'm like, it's a huge acoustic guitar. I wanted an electric guitar. I was like, Bill and Ted, I'm gonna have so much fun. This is gonna be amazing. And then I pulled it out, and I was so fucking disappointed, even though I asked for a guitar. And he's like, you want to be a guitarist, right? I'm like, yeah. I said I wanted an electric guitar. He's like, no, you want to be a guitarist, right? I'm like, fuck. Yeah, I do, but an electric guitar. He's like, well, you gotta learn on this. And And he said all the cool people that were back in the day that were really on guitar, that did all the great stuff. And I can't name check anybody specifically, but I mean, that did the acoustically first, but a lot of people did it. And then, you know, they trained up on that. So that was your training wheels, right? He gives it to me. I go to press the frets down, or the strings down into the frets, and it's so fucking difficult. My fingers start hurting, because I mean, I don't take it the wrong way, but we say puss ass. Like, I'm a jackass, and what unfortunately people call pussy or a cat, and it's bad terminology, it's old hat, but we say puss ass. Like, what's wrong with my fingers? They fucking hurt. My fingers hurt. My fingers hurt. Well, now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty. You know, because I'm bitching that my fingers are hurting as I'm pushing them into the strings and the frets. I'm like, how am I going to do this while I'm trying to fake that I can fucking get through it in front of him? He's like, okay. And then, so that year I signed up for a guitar class at school, and I know that I'm going to have to do it. I do fucking horribly because I'm not motivated. My fingers are hurting. They're starting to split the fingertips because I already had sensitive fingers there for some reason, because before, when I was double digits, I remember my fingers being so sensitive they were split down the middle for no reason when I was getting really, I don't know, my fingers were too dry. So luckily that stopped before I got older, which was amazing, but it only been stopped for a couple years before I tried to do all this shit. So like, I was like, okay, my fingers are just fucking, you know, I'm a wuss, they hurt, but I keep working on it and they just keep hurting, and I'm just not able to get through the shit. The only reason why I passed the class is because I did a bunch of extra credit reports on fucking people like, you know, Willie Nelson and Johnny Cash and shit, and my fucking, like, my D level guitaring and my like A level or B level reporting got me up to like C+ level school. So the moral of the story is, I stopped working at it, and so I showed my papaw that I didn't want to be a guitarist. I wanted to play with the fucking fancy, shiny electric guitar and act like I was a dickhead, like Bill and Ted did, until they realized that they really had to work at it. So I put the guitar underneath my bed, and one day I really was motivated because I had a couple stupid songs that were just nothing. They just, whatever they were mine. And I was just going to pull the guitar out, and I hadn't done it for so long, and I reached underneath the bed and it was gone. It was gone. So I went downstairs and I was like, what the fuck? Where's my guitar? And he goes, you didn't care about it enough. And I found some person that I knew wanted it because their dad was talking about how bad their kid wanted to be a guitarist, and they didn't have the money. He didn't say he wanted it to be an electric guitarist. I never said that either. I just said I want to play guitar, but the way that my papa saw it, he thought, no, he wants to be seen and not heard. So with Pac-Man right now, guys, I am being seen and heard, and I'm taking it very responsibly. So know, guys, know Bandai Namco that I am trying to take this responsibly as an influencer and level everybody up while I continue to rise and wipe out. But when I start every morning, the chief is there smiling at me, ready to get floofed. I look in the mirror and I try to think about how I can make my day a little bit better. Everybody around me in my life, his day is better now that I'm the champion. So I'm going to keep chomping. I'm going to do my shift. I'm going to go to my other job, even though I'm going to lose the lead to possibly this great story I'm cultivating for the course of 18 days or whatever, because I love the game for the gamers. But I still got to end this contract right. And I still know that I got a future now that's going to help me through at least, hopefully, a couple weeks. I don't want to sell my stuff. I don't want you guys to give me money either for that reason. If you have it, tip me. If you don't worry about it. Just like, share, and subscribe. And I'm totally cool with it. I'm trying my best to do it and giving the universe every fucking opportunity to help me now because I'm eligible. Make yourself eligible. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, what do I want? And activate maximum right now. Pow. Boom. Let's fucking go, guys. Realistic activation. I mean, it sounds like Tony fucking Robbins at sometimes when I say it, but you got to be realistic, because if you don't, I mean, it's small building blocks that's going to get you to where you're going, and you also have to realize that you got to stay in your own lane by not giving a fuck about anything except for the people that matter. And if you really need to gather opinions, it's almost always better to go to like a therapist or something, because they're not in your circle and they're not fucking affected by like what's going on in your life. And if you like, you know, you lean too much into the people that are in your circle, what if they're the people that are fucking stagnant too? What is that doing? That's what I found. Like, people in my life, they may not even know that they're stagnant. And so if you're in some sort of circle of procrastination, that's some sort of hellscape that you're putting yourself in on earth. I'm living my dreams now. I'm in heaven on earth. I'm in heaven. So I have to just now resonate humbly and appreciative and thankful, and then show how gloriously superb it is when you fucking just activate and know that it's just whatever you want to do. Mine just happened to be Pac-Man. So just find your fucking Pac-Man, whatever the fuck it is, and you will see the code in the matrix, and you will see that fucking, even though you can think that it's not all about zeros and ones, it is, for you, the pennies that stack up, and it is all about ones and zeros to them, the millions of dollars. It matters, and it may make them mad that you figured it out, but they'll be happy over time because they're going to make more money when we activate more people, when we push more buttons for more people that we love. And as long as we start responsibly consuming the commercialism that's associated with that, you guys should love the commercials that come through because you know it feeds me. So let's feed Pac-Man some dots and realize that I figured it out, and I figured it out for all of you, and in a way where hopefully you're enjoying knowing that I'm going to keep motivating you when you watch me play Pac-Man, and by watching me play Pac-Man you're going to help me live my dreams, and it's going to be an amazing circle. If you have some situation where eventually I can get myself sectioned off where I can do like what Thor does, where I can get people talking to me and I don't have to look at chat and I can like respond to you guys, I would love that. And that's not to rip them off, but it makes more sense for me so I can not be distracted. Because if you guys knew the goals I have for this game, just to be the first people to do, I was the first person to do this so long now. I'm the first person to record it so long. So now I want to be the first person to have some legacy to it, so if I do get to the point where we are unfortunately in the Chomp-pocalypse, which we won't talk about, that's something that we don't talk about, is because unfortunately there was a Chomp-pocalypse for when this game was birthed without the longest name in the history of a Pac-Man game, which I'm not hating. It's beautiful. We can talk about it in different ways when we figure it out. We can have a topical conversation about it, but we can look at this objectively. If I can make it from beginning to end, or the only thing I missed was 8 days, which I had to pay for almost all of those, and the rest of it was I worked my responsibilities, which is making yourself eligible. And again, guys, if the chase wasn't there, this wouldn't be interesting. If I would have been an early adopter, then I would have been up there with those guys, and it wouldn't be the chase, which is so fucking synonymous for Pac-Man himself, as I'm trying to encroach on being the first person to hit 100,000 rating, and by the time that you guys find out about it and I'm so far ahead, you guys will fucking chase me, which is my gimmick, I guess. But it's also this image that I'm living to be the first and the best at something that I really feel passionate about. Like they said in the Iron Man movie, you know, Tony Stark built this in a fucking cave. I built my Pac-Man skills in a fucking cave. So I hope that you guys know that I'm doing it for me, but vicariously I'm doing it for the Vid-Bits and the people that have been in the chats that have been going through the night grinds with me, motivating me, trying to keep me from not making mistakes and staying motivated. If I had the ability to record my content where they could be talking to me through like the voice that, you know, that he does, I think that would be leveling up so I wouldn't fall asleep. But I'm trying to also do it responsibly and be a good influencer by letting you know that I live next to a local medical facility. I have a refrigerator full of water. I have a toilet right next off the back of me. And if I feel like any absolute times you see me stop stream for personal reasons, but I've also kept it on during personal reasons because, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to keep moving, but, you know, I know that I don't want to start up a new thumbnail. So like last night you saw that I had an hour, it was a 2-hour stream, but unfortunately 50 of it minutes was a phone call that I felt that I needed to make, and then I couldn't focus on the gameplay and the phone call at the same time. But look what I did. I gave that person the potential to move up, you know, gain like 500 experience points. And when you're trying to do what we're doing and I'm competing against somebody that's only 3.5 hours behind me and I'm trying to keep all of the belts and keep the streak alive, you think that if you were looking at wrestling objectively and knowing that you can suspend your disbelief that it's fake because they pulled the fourth wall back some, do you think that Roman Reigns is going to let somebody catch him slipping? I mean, look at the fucking legacy they built. I'm building a legacy here, guys. I'm building a legacy for nerdcore, hardcore gamers and Pac-Man fans alike, and inspiring people all over the world that they can be the best in the world and not know that that person was in their own backyard that you thought was an NPC, while shaking these people that are NPCs like these bots in this game and waking them up and making sure that when I can touch base and remember who they are, that I will try to water that every day and make sure that they start cultivating their dreams, whatever it is. Glass blowing, you know, sightseeing. You could be the person that wants to be the person that takes people out on a boat and goes dolphin watching. There's so many things. I don't think that we should quantify what living your dreams is, because we then can be that person that does the commerce for that thing and still make money instead of working at the menial job and like that servile job that you're not getting appreciated for. That's the reason why I just turned down what I know is a multi-million-dollar company that I wish very well, and I turned that down where I would make $200 to $400 a day in cash, but running my physical battery out, and I'd done that already for 15 years, and I was going to be appreciated at the highest level, and I know that. It made a lot of money, possibly met superstars, made lots of money in tips, but it's not worth that, how much Vid-Bits time I would have taken away. And now my other job that I was just chilling and doing popcorn service and making sure the community was healed about the image of the community and also the appreciation of that institution for over 25 years in our local city. That's basically the world is letting operate, even though it's non-profitable some days because it needs to be there, and then there's circumstances that luckily make it at least neutral. It's a blessing that, you know, people are still trying to keep that propped up, so I think that part of my reason there was to continue to keep people infectiously excited about it, even if it was only 9 people a day coming in, because unfortunately the Hollywood industry, movie-wise, is suffering, but I digress. So that is really where all the walls have hit, where the things I'm passionate about doing in the real world, so to speak, are, and the social structures are now limited for me to next to nothing, so I can be the voice of the voiceless to, you know, help co-op what Phil has said, because I love him, and I don't know him personally enough, and in the wrestling business, I'm sorry for calling you Phil, so I mean CM Punk, and he's awesome. As far as I'm concerned, he's polarizing, which that is good. You're supposed to fucking offend people. If you don't get their attention, guys. And a lot of the stuff that you'll see in the road to #1, I've offended people some ways. I've offended the industry. I've shook the system. I guess in some ways I am that type of character in that industry. I don't want to say I'm him because, you know, I tried to be more like Raven. I guess it's a cross more like Raven, but, you know, he also, I would never call him by his real name to his face because I know that's not respectful until I meet him, and if he says call me that, and he's an amazing person in his own right. And again, that's probably polarizing for me to say, but I've learned a lot and got to be champion because of looking at what he's done. But he was also influenced by people like Jake the Snake Roberts, who I have met and told at great length what I thought about how awesome he was. And in the lab here, there's a photo of him, and you can think what you want about that man, but if there's not a fucking inspiration for a comeback story in America, folks, I don't know what is. And I've met him and shook his hand face to face and gave him a little bit of patronage with one. Luckily, I had a friend that was able to help me with that because I monetarily didn't have that. And Simmons, I'm going to get you back for everything that you still think I owe you, but I don't think that you think I owe you everything except for trying to figure a way for us to move forward relationship-wise. And obviously, I hope that Central Cardcade does well. I still obviously have an unopened thing that says I'm associated with that, so when I get the bag, and then everything here in Vid-Bits land is settled. You know, if you need any type of help with trying to blow that up even further, or if you just realize that you just want to play with trains and make an amazing train set and have a great studio to do content for trains with your father, that is completely fucking awesome, and I completely support that. But obviously what happened when I removed myself from that situation was I stayed in my own lane enough with my son to create the magic that you're seeing now, and I'm the champion. And if you take it some sort of way, Chris, then download Pac-Man, Megatonal Battle Chomp Champs, and rank up, and I will see you on the leaderboards when I call you out every night in the top 20. This is one of those situations where it's like a heels thing. When you're also in your victory lap, you have to fucking thank everybody on your way up, because you never want to fall down, but you also don't want to fucking have those people hate you if you do, because they will lift you back up again to those great things. That's what people don't understand. It's all of us that's got here. Chris, in many hours of counsel, just us hanging out, fleshing out the ideas for our business that unfortunately got we fleshed it out way too big, and we're way too disconnected. And unfortunately, like the 3-headed dragon analogy, there was still only one body, and the body was you, and I love you, but the body with you being the 3 heads should maybe mean that you are strong enough to be the body and support all 3 aspects of that endeavor. And I think that that's why Central Cardcade is a great idea. And if you don't know what it is, just look it up on the web and blow him up about it. He'll be like, what the fuck? And I think that'll be awesome, because he's always motivated. That guy's a fucking go-getter, bros. If you didn't know, I mean, this guy worked for a big company, big box realtor, and like he just got so screwed because of circumstance. And it's like he put his all in. He's the type of person that would run, you know, one part of those big box realtors situation, and then like if the person that was going to get audited was in absent or sick, he would still come up and take their place and then run that department, knowing that if he didn't know as much about that, then he would actually take the fucking blame for that person if there was something horrible, and then, you know, subsequently get chomped down. And, you know, Chris was the type of person, though, he just dusts his shoulders off and fucking just keeps going forward, and I think that it's amazing, because really the adversity that he's seen in his life and everything, it's paramount to just about next to nobody I've known and personally, and just know that the the benefit is he's gonna eventually end up. It's like Andy Dufresne in Shawshank. You crawl through a river of shit and you end up squeaky clean at the end. It doesn't make any sense until you see it, but Chris is on to bigger and better things all the fucking time. Besides being an amazing professional wrestler and a hidden gem in that department, facing a lot of the people that you see that are super famous and stuff. On the indie scene with his partner Trice, he did a lot of stuff with. He's doing a lot of stuff with, you know, his father, building an amazing train set, and you know he's got a great sense of humor and stuff, and he really tries to keep it light when he can. But he can be a hard ass because he has his father was like that. And Jim, you're a fucking awesome dude. Like you were never my dad, and sometimes I thought you were so fucking hard on Chris, but man, sometimes if you can see the only weakness in your son or your daughter, and you don't want to ever fucking like tell them what it is, because you know that that's just not working. Sometimes finding a way to hone in on whatever that weakness is, like an armorist trying to pound and temper out the male. You know, you're just trying to fucking be whatever that person needs to hear the most to make sure that they don't not achieve greatness. And I know that you think Chris should achieve greatness. I think he's motivated you. I know that you guys are bonding better than you ever have. So I guess maybe even the way things ended was for me to step out and make sure I never got in the way of you guys spending as much time that you needed to. Because I was also becoming a burden on Chris, having to go out that far to his house and stuff like that. So the phobia of not driving is real, guys. If I was settled up in a major city, my whole life would have never been affected by this phobia. But then also, you know, I've also used the analogy about like Dr. Sheldon Cooper in The Big Bang Theory, not getting ostracized as much about not driving as everybody else gives me. But you know, they think, well, he's a genius, or you putting that comparison on yourself. Well, yes, I guess I am, unfortunately, because if I didn't mathematically compartmentalize this game in a way where I could attack it or chomp it down bit by bit, which all of that's in Road to Number 1, you would see that where the person had to lead was at least between 20 and 30 hours. And if I would have continued to go at the point where I was too noticeable by him on the leaderboard, then he would have probably picked up his pace and been able to take away. Like, he's continuously trying to figure out how to find out my schedule, why I stream it live on YouTube, knowing that any given time it could be blown up virally, and he will know my strategy, and then the race will be on. So I don't know if other people are watching this and that's why they're climbing up and motivated, but that's when also I decided about you know, at a specific mark to start giving more glory to the people that worked on the way up here, because it's just the universe that's put us here, our parents as well deciding to let us exist, and the love that they did to generate us, but also, you know, us having the ability to have free will is a lot to have to do with it. So he can look at my schedule and I can look at his. He can now look at, you know, I'm only looking at to see when he's active on the Xbox platform. I'm not like stalkering to that point, but if I see a green light on, I do take a chance to see if he's on, if he's moving. You've seen that I still do the outro show even if he's moving. Like, most of the time I'm letting my producer in this point, Bray, dictate that, and for like the last day or so I haven't even done it at all, because it doesn't matter. I'm now in this schedule where I can sleep, eat, and everything, Pac-Man, and talk to you when I'm not doing all my responsibilities. And trust me, there's been many. You know, I've talked to many people all over the week. I still bike around town every day. I still been going to what I say is the schmo job, but that's decreasing in ability to go there without being unreliable, because this pack mania is just blown up over the last couple of weeks, and that's just full transparency for you. So hopefully you guys are in it to win it like I am, and I know that we're going to do great things. Like, the first big thing that we're doing is we're going to be the first team to ever hit 100,000 rating, and for us, after that, I'd like to call rating points, just because I think it sounds cooler when I go through the ratings and I say points. So if I say they have 33,136 points, you know what I mean? Because rating's cool, and that's true, but the rating really is the points that is getting you the glory. Because if you have a higher win-loss record and you're not getting quality wins, thus, you know, placing 33 to 64 makes you not get a win at all, and you get a loss. Let me take a drink of water. Then when you are in the situation where those quality of wins are not high, in the 32 to first place slots, you get as little as 5 experience points if you get 32nd place. So you could still get a win and pump that number and be the greatest in that category. But then if you don't get up to the first place, then you get the full 75 experience points. That's why we have the rating that we do. So when we say that we're going to be the first people to hit certain metrics, I say that that's going to be what's going to make us so that we live in infamy in this game. No matter what everybody does, no matter if anybody takes either the they can't take the Eastern because we're not giving it up. So I have a hard time believing that Kofi is going to warm up, and I don't know who else is in the Western Division, so we pretty much have the United States sewn up in Pac-Man right now, and now we're just trying to subvert the attention of whoever's facing us, wherever they are in the world, and trying to keep it through Memorial Day for, I guess, America, for the fans. We're going to also see how far we can go with it, guys. Pac-Man just turned 44, so let's see if we can keep it until he's 45. My goals are insane, so when I say do this as a full-time job, I've lived my whole life like wanting to be my dream. And, you know, I guess my dream is I'm going to live as Pac-Man part-time, and that's my part-time job. My full-time job is playing games with the Vid-Bits. It's one of the most amazing father-son duos, and also working on this esports league that I'll have the time to do in my spare time as my hobby. You know, living your dreams is fucking crazy. When you start to flesh it out, it gets scary. It really gets scary. Because then you're like, you're still doing that, Brian, with nothing? Yes. Because as Spose says, and it doesn't make sense because you do need a community because it takes a village to raise an idiot, but all you need is you. All you fucking need is you. You don't need a crew. You don't need a fucking label. You don't need a sponsor. All you need is you. And then when you bottom out, the wave lifts you up. And hopefully I've inspired enough people by then. And now the fucking wall is not whether or not I can live my real life job and keep my hobby and my side job shit straight, is what's going to trigger off first. Am I going to run out of money with my possessions before fucking the sponsorship hits, or before my fans fucking are so fervorously wanting me to succeed that they give me the money? Now the money's coming from 3 people that's not my family. That's amazing, because I was always relying on my family. Way too fucking much! Stop fucking doing that! Maximum, right now, pal, boom. Don't lean on your family as much for something that you could fucking do yourself. If you can feed yourself, feed yourself. If you're bitching down that you need to fucking get a Dash or courier service for some fucking bullshit, then fucking go in your house and fucking get something from the pantry that's fucking cheaper. Do that. Whatever the fuck it is. There's so many options that are cheap that are decent protein. Fucking do the research and find it. We'll put it on the Discord when we tell you what we have. The diet of a champion. Because I fucking have been living poor, and I'm still trying to eat as clean as possible to make it fucking exciting for you guys. Because I just didn't do this for the sponsorship. The sponsorship appealability happened when I realized that was maybe a way I could get fed. But also, I love playing Pac-Man. I played fucking 1,000,000 games over the course of my life in a fucking cave and got no appreciation for it. So Lord knows this is the perfect combination for somebody like me. So when a game like Mario 35 gets taken off the fucking market, I'm decent at that too, and maybe I would have pulled it then. I pulled the trigger on figuring this whole thing out then. Because again, the schematic can be used towards any game that's like this. If you like Destiny with the Battle Pass, make your content like that. If you like fucking Fort with the Battle Pass, make your content like that, guys. You can make your content compartmentalized where you can fucking appeal to who you're trying to appeal to, make it your profit responsibly, and level the fuck up as a creator. And I can inspire you if you're not even in the creating situation. So I'm telling you, after only being in the medium for over 700 days and just fucking knowing that I wanted to do it for another 3,500 more, we are hitting the ground running, folks. And if you haven't seen it and you don't know what's going on, I'm telling you, we are the best thing fucking living today on YouTube, baby, as far as father-son gaming goes, and being the people that are being the most selfless to get you out there and worried about activating yourself. So I know the people that have been with us for the last couple weeks are like watching us level up in real time, like Rusty Bucket. Rusty Bucket, what does the number 75 signify that next to everyone's name? Rusty, that means that they won their last match, because the most experience point you can get a match is 75. So everybody that's a champion and the top chomp of the top chomp out here, except for P-Man, he got that loss, and he has steadily every day been dropping down. And I bet by the time I come back from my next to be done like reality job, former reality job, that's now my dream job, but it's almost a nightmare job when all you want to do is do your dream job. And it was not a nightmare, trust me. I loved where I was, I love where I still have to be right now, but the community here and then people on YouTube like you, Rusty Bucket, I just want to say it's amazing, especially when you ask questions like that. But yeah, negative 25 means the P-Man, number 17 there, lost when he was trying to get that flawless, and he dropped down. He's been dropping down since then, but that's negative 25 means that he lost his last match, and we know all too well about a couple of those, so, and the reasons why they can happen. So I have 6 years until retirement, brother. That's what's fucking up. Then you could be, if you like Pac-Man, then be a fucking Pac-maniac, get in the tunnels today, and you know, I know it's $20, you may not be able to afford it, but eventually we'll get the codes, dude, and if you don't get there then we'll fucking get you hooked up, and you can be chomping away. As soon as we get the bag, we will be taking care of people like you, Rusty, and the Vid-Bits Fun Club, because you are a member that have been trusting us. So when we get you out there, and, you know, inspire you to just, even when you're on bronze tier, we can be like, Rusty Bucket, moving up in bronze tier on to silver, we'll just inspire you through Pac-Man, but also, you know, whatever the fuck you're doing in real life, start doing some of that, whatever it is. You don't have to quantify quantify it. If you want to, you can, but that's the other thing. We're not trying to label that whatever you're trying to do in your passion time is important or not. It's not about that. It's about making sure you're motivated to keep doing it as long as you're not hurting yourself or anybody else or making a toxic environment. You know, that's why unfortunately the people that are not living their dreams and they're living in retail and sort of stuff like that, they're toxic because they're fucking so poisoned in their mind that they can't succeed or whatever, or level the fuck up, so they just make it everybody else's problem. Put it into the food, put it into their customer service, be fucking angry with their energy all the time, vibrate fucking horribly, make it so that they force themselves sick as like hypochondriac and stuff, which then that vibrates in everybody else's fucking life because of the energy and the words that they say, so it makes them sick and hypochondriacs. It's just a horrible thing. But when you spread love, you can be like the nexus of some sort of company that just levels everybody up too, and like that just makes it even better. Like, you know, we're taking, you know, an 80-20 split means Braden gets a dime out of every dollar, I get a dime out of every dollar, and the other 80 cents goes towards all of our taxes, overhead, paying everybody that is working for us, and giving you full transparency towards all those salaries that make sense based on you guys, the community, making those sense, and then, you know, going back into the fun club where you guys will be able to get shit like if you don't have the money for Chomp Champs, we can freaking, you know, give you download codes and shit like that, or my sponsor, if I can get sponsored by them because we're actively pursuing that, we can give those type of codes to you if you're not in here, and I can at least, when I have the time doing this full time, I can flesh out the arena as far as like I only have 2,000 people to clock, and that doesn't seem like a lot. It's like 2,500. There's more people that play it, and they only play ranked, so I don't have to worry about what's going on with them, and then when it gets too big, then I'll just make sure that you know, the community itself spends the time to make themselves superstars. I'm going to plant the seeds, make sure that they want to do it, you know. So when you say 6 years till retirement, man, just think about, just don't slow down. Most people that I know that retired and they slowed down, they started getting really bad health problems and they unfortunately perished. So if you retire, then you have to hit the ground running. And I know that makes no sense at all why you would retire and hit the ground running, because usually the old adage is retire and then sit on the fucking back porch in the rocking chair and relax, and you can if that's what you want to do, as long as you keep up a healthy regimen of, you know, hydrating yourself and doing menial exercises. That's why I think ultimately my health would have overcome me, and I would have I'm not doing well in certain areas that I'm still trying to pay more attention to. But I think that, you know, if I didn't bike around town as much as I did and then walk for where I go, I think that my health may be in worse situations than where it has been at times. I think that doing that, sometimes we don't understand that if we're not going to put ourselves in a healthy exercise regimen, and I'm not here to quantify what that is for you. I do kind of suggest DDP yoga, but I'm not sponsored by that. All he did was take resistance moving into like rehabilitative stretching, and then it's also incorporated with yoga, and it's amazing. Like he took the low-hanging fruit of rehabilitative exercising and decided, instead of just holding into his own when he was rehabbing for various injuries in the professional wrestling industry, that he shared it with everybody, which is just what we're doing. He did not gatekeep tech, and look how successful he is. That is the lesson, guys. Do not gatekeep your secrets. Also, that helps you do that on YouTube, because you can just be transparent about your hobby and give people activating advice by just showing them. You can just not even fucking talk and just show them how you're doing it, and then they can just look at you. And some people, when they just see people do the thing, it's so beautiful that they can just do the fucking thing themselves. And imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery and paying homage to the person that's fucking paved the way. So, you know, Rusty, I spent 20 years in the military, so I understand how important exercise is. Fucking hey, dude, so you're good. You're good on exercise. Yeah, you guys are forced to do that. And also, it's a respect thing. You're forced to fucking, learn how to have respect for your possessions, right? You have to make your bed meticulously, and you have to be very hospital corner correct on that shit. To the point where, like, you're now, even though you're most combat elite fighter or whatever in your niche of the army or military is, and then all of a sudden your fucking guys like yelling in your face because you didn't fucking tuck your corners in right, just to make you learn respect. You know, part of that is also when you leave, Rusty, back in the real world, and if you don't stay in the military, and you're going to be a great example to your children. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be like, man, that person has respect for his bedroom, so that when you go to there's nothing like going to a freshly made bed when you go to a hotel, right? I mean, that's how I feel. I'm like, that's one of the perks that people pay for that. So when they go, they're like, they clean the place. It's always perfectly clean. And then I get to fucking go in there, and they're clean linens every day. And then I get to have the cool side of the pillow of some fresh linens. Like, there's something that feels good about the crispness of that. It motivates you. But when you don't create that yourself because life is too busy, you're too depressed, you can't actuate and all that shit, I think it's funny that you're you know, we will neglect that and just get into a fucking haphazard bed, not wash our sheets as often as we do. And you know, when you have pets and you have dander and stuff, rubbing your eyes in that pillows and shit's not good. So the whole halo effect of that energy. But really, you know, if we had that respect for ourselves and we said, hey, make sure to wash my linens more often, I should just be a little bit more correct with how I respect my bed. I always used to say, how would you feel if this was not really our house, but it was a house that was really a set on like a movie, and then we're fucking, or like a realtor trying to show this house, but we just live in it like an Arrested Development where they just have to have it as a show house all the time, and then all of a sudden fucking it has to present well. Like, would you be happy with where your station is right now? Like, that's an activating too, right? And I can't read what you're saying because I'm finishing this match in this tangent, but like that's important for people to realize that when I say, because I didn't invent it, but when growth looks different days to different people, that's another thing. Like, when you level that up, like you pick up all the shit around your bed one day, then the next day you remember that you might want to make it. Then the next day that you pick all this shit up and you might want to make it, that you fucking like want it to look a little bit better, so you start to straighten up. Usually as parents, we used to beat the shit out of our kids, not physically but mentally, about you need to clean your room, you need to clean your room, I'm gonna be withholding with your shit if you don't do it. And that never seems to get it for some kids, versus other kids we can fucking shock their system enough to do that shit. Versus others, when you force them into a structured situation with enough respect, where you're fearing that person out of respect, because they also don't have any problem saying they don't give a shit about your other accomplishments. You know, I'm going to go to this movie theater job today and possibly get yelled at, and I'm a world-class video game person that's going to be changing the world and the culture, and I'm still trying to respectfully not fucking just like vibrate right out there when I know I already have. Like, I'm always trying to like keep the attachment to the human connections there, because, you know, I lost fucking connection to my you know, a lot of my blood relatives because of time, distance, and everything. And I'll be able to heal those with this platform as well, which is, to me, another reason why I understand that not quantifying how I'm going to heal those relationships is the most important thing, more than I'm going to try to and have the platform to do it. So Dylan, you know, I'm sorry that Tony's situation happened the way it is. I love you. We'll figure it out. Starlight, I know that you guys are raising the kids good, and I'll be the good Uncle Bri that I need to be. Jennifer, I love you very much, and I know that Lydia and JC are going to be amazing young women, because they already are, and we'll all figure it out eventually. But I just can't be vibing with, you know, unfortunately, the chaos that is the way that you're moving through life, because it's more disrespectful to both of us for me to think that we would be using each other other than brother and sister, and like in love, and, you know, trying to hope that we can bond that. And I just don't. I have the distance and the phobia thing with driving Dylan, and I think that we would vibe very well if we hung out together more often. But also, you know, I have all this fucking social anxiety shit that once you have a bunch of shit where you're good at one thing, then something else suffers. So, Rusty Bucket, I made my bed every day, no exception, LOL. Hell yeah, you did. But also, though, it taught you a routine, right? So let's just take the bed thing and parlay that into, or, you know, transfer that thought over into just putting yourself in a good routine. And that's what we are here at the Vid-Bits. We're a routine for you guys, and you don't have to join in all the time, but just know that every day we'll have something on the programming block. I've been trying to be less lackadaisical about presenting that information to you based on when we know it, but hopefully you'll be hanging out with us for that, not just for Chomp Champs as we continue to chomp on and rule the world, but also that we can change the world one day at a time by hoping that you hydrate and self-activate and love each other today and do a little bit more today than you did yesterday. Maximum right now, pow, boom, baby. Here we go. We're going into another match, and we're continuing to flow on until I have to go to the theater and bust some ass with ever. I don't even know what's in the movies right now, but I got a whole day's worth of shift to do, and I'm telling you, they're not going to know what's coming when I tell them that it's, you know, it's the end is near, and, you know, it is what it is. I came there for a full closure moment to figure out my life in my midlife. I started there as my first job. I had a 18-year relationship. I did a couple other things, closed a couple other doors circularly, came back to this as my first job, and basically excelled to the levels I didn't get to when I was a kid. And it's been a lot of full circle moments, so it's about time to close that door. And baby, when one door closes, another one opens. And hopefully you guys are ready for all the amazing things we do for the Pac-Man community, the outreaches that we're going to be able to do with all of the windfall of people hearing about what we're doing, and know that we're going to try our best to move in silence when we don't, when we overspeak, but you'll hear me just kind of go off mic, and that's because I don't have the licensing rights to some of the music I listen to that's motivated me on the way to the top. So when I do have that playlist for you, I'll make sure that you can link it to YouTube so you can check those people out and give them some love, give them some play, which is the best way I know I can help them financially without not getting their permission to use their names or play their songs during the stream and demonetize me or whatever. So I want you to know there is certain motivational music out there that can help you get to actualization. It's not just Pac-Man, it's just the fact that they help keep me in the healthy mind frame. So know that the company you keep is not just the physical people around you, but it's also the music that you are around, and it's also the food and beverages that you drink and the ads that you allow around you. I'm never saying that advertising is wrong, but you yourself can cultivate your direct marketing algorithm to start to cater towards things that you like more, that are healthier lifestyle choices, and they actually will also be seeds of motivation to help level you up. So that's what I say about next generational thinking, level up thinking, YouTube culture thinking. I'm not trying to make anybody make less money. I'm trying to get people to consume responsibly, which will make everybody more money. It is an amazing thing. I think that nobody's quantified it like that, folks. So that's why when this stuff happens and people can really get it, we're going to see that everybody's making more money. The economy is going to heal. It's going to go up because we all push buttons. We still all push them. I push them for a living in so many different mediums, and we push them on POSs at places, we push them on our cell phones, we push them to fucking like activate our car, and we push them to play games, we push them on the remotes of our TVs and shit. But when we push buttons, we make people money. So we've been able to make people money now for a long time on the simplest form. So when I say that, how are you going to make the money? We already are doing it. Just make sure you're doing it responsibly for the ads that you're watching all the way through, and do it for the right people, and everybody still will make money. It's then the wrong people that should make that kind of money, and I'm not quantifying that, will make less money and change the behavioral patterns to be able to merge with the people that are doing this method and making the fucking responsible money, and still then they will fucking heal their image and they will make more money too. The windfall is infinite. The halo effect is crazy, and I'm the only person that's streaming it and figuring out the nirvana of fucking YouTube algorithm while playing Pac-Man and giving it away for free while I'm starving and should be paid for this information. So please, when I say I can teach a symposium, I'm already teaching it for fucking free, I guess, and I don't know why I keep saying it. There's just we have to change how we consume media, and we are the ones that will dictate whether or not it's good or bad. That's why I'm okay with it exists either way, because I'm making it good for myself, and all I can do is try to self-activate you, and then respect everybody else in the game doing their fucking hustle, and that's the people that don't want to see other people succeed. Well, eventually will if we all as a culture change. So it's also our part to make everything change. The algorithm makes it so that you don't feel like you're successful because you haven't changed it, and it also makes it hard for channels like us to be found because we have to change it with your opinion one day at a time. Well, if I fucking help you make you money, and I make you more activated, and I make fucking you that our YouTube creators fucking come out of semi-retirement, I think that you're gonna fucking be ready to know that we've changed the game, and we're chomping along as your El Champion. And I love you guys, dudes. It's for the love of the game. This is for the gamers. Fucking the Vid-Bits love gamers. We love the culture, and we're doing it to heal the culture and change it and evolve everything one day at a time. And when Thor said to fucking flash it out, yeah, we're fucking fleshing it out. And we are pirates, bros. We are pirates because we are doing it our way, and we're taking back the fucking seas, baby. We're taking back the airwaves. Yeah, YouTube is hard for small streamers. I wish they would do more to help those streamers. Rusty Bucket, those streamers don't help themselves. You have to make the algorithm catch you, and you have to find your lightning in the bottle, and I've been validated that we've done it. So now it's just trusting the process and staying eligible. So yeah, those streamers need to fucking figure it out. They're not doing it consistently enough. They're not being found. Like if you look like Moist, he's been in the game for 15 years. He's got over 5,000 videos. We've been in the game for 2 years. We almost got 1,000. Look at where we're going to be in 7 years because we're not stressing our bodies creating this content. We found a healthy work-life balance. The only unhealthy thing now is I've had to juggle the balls as to what's my passion job, my real job, and then my hobby. And now actually my shoot jobs have turned into being things that can't be in the air anymore, and I'm fucking gloriously, superbly happy that that's happened, and it's happened in real time, and people can watch my actualization. Like, and then I also honed it in by some people keeping me grounded. I said don't just straight quit, which I wasn't. I was gonna give 2 weeks, but I'm gonna see if they're gonna let me do a leave of absence so I can actually do the feat that I want to do. And if I do the feat that I want to do, and I haven't been fully like lifted up by my fans monetarily, selling my possessions monetarily or any of those other things, then I still would actually, I guess, do the movie job because I enjoy the perks, but I still would hate that I'm giving them 20 hours a week when that's not, if I get the setup the way that I need where there's 2 streaming setups, I can do Chomp Champs and keep the road to #1 going separately and never mess with Vid-Bits programming, because right now that's been the hard thing to juggle. Is Game of Day May has been on its 2nd year and we're not fucking around with keeping, you know, an episode every day up, doing the integrity where we do the shit right away and then we don't do it for money at all, no matter what it is, because that's what needs to happen, and that always be the thing. So every year, 12 months out of the 12 months, 1 month we'll take an L possibly on some of those days for monetization on those projects, but not also being like we're fucking spending so much time producing that we don't get shit out on the grind. Like, so having somebody that's having he works an 8-hour shift and does his shit, and some of the hours overlap with projects with me, and I do the same. So that's the 2 of us, and then we both, since we're both doing our shit separately, people are having, you know, us as specific audiences, but then when we do shit together, they're loving to see it. When we pop in on each other's shit, it's like the guest star already. We've already created a hub of 2 YouTubers that are separate but together. So, you know, I just identified it off as the Pop Space channel, but I'm scared of growing that brand individually too strongly because I never want the focus not to be on the Vid-Bits brand, because it's the Vid-Bits, me and my son, that's got me here, and he's just as amazing and quantifiable a gamer as I am, right? I mean, I'm a world-class gamer. I just told you I'm 9 in the world on DuckTales on this specific platform, and he's 18th because he just hasn't spent enough time with it, and he will be as good as me or in the top 10 when he wants to put into it. So it will be, if anything else, the first father-son duo in the top 10 in the world on a platform for DuckTales speedrunning. And to me, those subsets mean just as much as some sort of culture, because it's all about inspiration. And we're trying to Johnny Appleseed this bitch. That's why I'm Johnny Monad 777, baby. We're fucking spreading seeds all over the place, and we're trying to get people to activate on the ways that are palatable to their ear, and that's basically by telling them what they need to hear. And sometimes it's just their own fucking words. And sometimes we have the big words per minute that we can just shoot off, so that maybe during some of it something resonates with them, and then that's an actuation, and then I don't have to worry about them anymore. Next time they're saying, yeah, I do this, and I can be like, so how's that going? That goes from, you know, so when the chat starts to be more honed in, I can be like, hey, Billy, Bobby, and Mandy, how is gardening, artistry, and landscaping? And, like, you know what I mean? Because that's topically really what matters, is touching base and pinging reality with another human, and that lets them know that they're fucking here, and it matters. And that's when you're leveling them up. And then when you start to fucking heal them and give them heals, which is what we're all about here at the Vid-Bits, is heals, video game heals and mental heals. And when we give you that heals, however that is, because really at the end of the day is how you take it, and we hold ourselves accountable if we're fucking wrong, I don't see how the balance isn't going to be that we self-activate you in a way that maybe it's shaking you in a way where you're like, fuck, dude, why am I not doing whatever? Because if I move in silence, nobody's holding me accountable but me. So who's not helping me live my dreams? Fucking me. When should I start that? Maximum right now, pow boom. How should I do it? Look in the mirror and say, what do I want? When should I start that? Fucking now, man. Now. Not, because what most people will do is start setting the itinerary of the menu for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'll start doing that, and if I want to be a streamer, I gotta have the amazing video game backlog, so I have to spend $1,000 on media stuff to put on that shelf, and then I have to have the best laptop and the best TV to fucking play video games in, and the most comfortable fucking couch, and the most comfortable gaming chair, the best controller, and all. No, you don't. You fucking do the best with what you have, and when you're lucky like us, we have an amazing backlog for between the 2 of our interests and all these consoles, and I've been collecting consoles and stuff classically for 25 years, and not really know why other than trying to impress nobody, because I would make this huge place to hang out and then nobody come hang out. So all of it happens for a reason, and in our case it's video game content creation, but it really could be to activate you to show how to collect comic books correctly. I know that that's stupid, but some people collect comic books and they're gonna be worth a fuck ton of money and they don't know to put fucking boards in them shits. So you know what I mean? So it depends on what it is. Stay in your lane also means when you hone it in so beautifully, you can inspire people to amazing degrees because they see you living that shit and they can fucking live vicariously through you. There will be people that start to play the titles that we feature, and when we're doing it for the love of the game, we're just trying to inspire that, which by the windfall of making those developers get more sales. And if they show us appreciation on any token of review codes or whatever, that's fine, but we don't even really want that. We haven't even applied for review codes, and I didn't know why. And it's because I never want to take the money out of pockets of people that need it more than me, and that's really one of the Vid-Bits fucking mantras. So that's why we really would love the people that have the money to just fucking throw money at us and tip us, but then we don't want to look like we're not appreciative, but man, that would push our goals past, because really, I've said the first goal is filling the coffers for the Switch 2, but I need another laptop set up, I need another a computer desk, I need 2 gaming chairs, I need a bed to sleep in, I need some personal things for my quality of life improvement to be able to continue to do this where I'm not going to be in more pain, so then I start bitching about that like some other YouTubers about how that's, you know, editing and stuff makes you feel, and I get it, and it should never be their problem though, and unfortunately it's off-putting, and I don't want to be that guy. So I will be the guy like I will be the person like the great Jenny Maddox that I know that suffers in silence for the best of humanity, and man does she do it beautifully. You want to talk about living vicariously through some beauty, watching somebody live through pain and still fucking paint the greatest picture in the world that I'm constantly see evolving every day. Jenny Maddox is definitely that. So yeah, we've been putting in the work because we wanted to be noticed, and we've been noticed by the right people, which is the small community. Have we been noticed by the sponsorship yet? No. Have we been noticed by YouTube enough to turn on monetization? Yes. But we're also now starting to try to be more responsible with that and turn off the ads that we don't want to be off-putting so that you guys will let them run so we get paid more money. So it's a responsible profit, and it's hard because there's 1,000 advertisers we have to vet, and we don't have time to do that to keep it running. So, you know what I mean? I'm doing this now. As soon as I finish Chomp Champs, I'm going to get on my bike, ride a half an hour to my job, try to get through the whole shift. I don't even want to work the whole thing. I'm going to work as much as they let me and try and pretty much complain until they let me go home, or know that this will be the last full 12-hour days that they get out of me before I am committed to this full time. But I still don't have a plan other than that, knowing that if I don't have the money, when the money for that check runs out, then I just have to start selling my stuff to keep this going until we hit either monetization, sponsorship, or the monetization flows even harder, sponsorship flows in where I can use that sum to sub that being off until I, you know, it blows up even more, or, you know, then that's the next big wall. And then if that hits, then still I'll just sleep on a cot and hope that somebody sponsors me trying to hit all these legacy goals I'm talking to you about, because they would just stop if I couldn't do it. So it's not to beg people and e-beg to be the Pac-maniac. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to do it because I love it, and like I said, like fucking Tony Stark, I built this in the fucking cave for 25 years, and I'm not about to give it up now for a bunch of plastics and pieces of cardboard and bullshit, when I know that if I motivate people enough, they'll keep my dream alive, and if they don't, I will. So, love you, Rusty, and this is amazing. So, let's see if the piggy caught up a little bit. You know, I'm sure he's angry that he lost his title and he still hasn't figured it out. Nope, 41 matches behind. Let's quantify that lead, guys, just to give you a heads up on what the lead is now, because we're getting a sizable lead from the highest person behind us in the world, and approaching 100,000 rating, which we're going to talk about more this evening after Braden does his part of the content block today in the Vid-Bits. People that aren't ready for what I want the fucking simplified, like, merchandise to be. Like, and Braden won't agree with it, because I don't know, like, I want to see something that says, like, Vid-Bits, we're fucking awesome. Like, you know, look at Ivy. They're moving. Look at them. 666 and 6. You know what I called at the beginning of the show. 666 and 6. And they're the guy that's coming up because Kofi stopped and Mint doesn't know what to do. So we gotta keep on the grind in a full-time job, guys. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And once the windfall comes out that they are, I wonder who's gonna sponsor somebody else to be playing this full-time to keep up with me as I hit these metrics that I'm talking about. But right now, the person behind me, MintDaddyPig, 3,589. 3,589 divided by 75 is 47.85. So we'll say 48. 48 divided by 4. I'm sorry, divided by 12. It's 4 hours. We're 4 hours ahead now, which buys us 4 time of, which buys AM, the place that I'm hanging out doing the job, the schmo job. It buys them 4 hours so far, and I can push myself up another 3. I might be able to buy another 3. So then 7 of the 12 hours is covered that I have to go work. If that guy comes in and min-maxes from the moment he finds out that he's that far behind to then. But it looks like the universe has bought me some time every time that I talk about it too much. He still doesn't make any moves, so let's fucking go, guys. Oops, see? Really, it's one of those situations where I'm modding too, so, you know, being the Chomp champ, it's really difficult to do all this myself, so we're still doing the damn thing. So anytime you're like, I can't mod myself, yes you can. I can't do, yes you can. You know, when Bray's doing the content by himself, it's easy for me to mod from where I'm at. I've been taking the time at the schmo job to do that too, so you know. And I'll read what you said, Rusty, as soon as I need to get. I don't want to get an L. I know that for sure. So that's the one thing I can't quantify right now. I'm pretty close to getting one. So gotta clutch this up. If I get that L, it'll be the first time that I'm tied with him for losses, and I don't want to have that happen at all. I'm not trying to be in the that way I keep myself ahead of the pack. There we go. I think that we're safely in placement now. Don't do that and just fucking podunk the game, because I know people are doing that to get, like, look at my wins. Look at my wins. Yeah, that was horrible, but I almost beefed it because I was trying to make my point. But I also wanted to talk to Rusty. Pig will make a move when you go to work. He will notice that you are not playing. Just my opinion. I have an APB on that, Rusty, so I am close enough to get back home where if he starts to close the gap too much, unfortunately I am not feeling well and I have to go. We are not going to risk a fucking public sponsorship or corporate sponsorship from our good friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment to work for this movie theater. So, yep. I hope that he does, in a way, not to make it so that I feel like motivated to come home, because I'm still willing to let him get like close to me, but like I'm not gonna let him take the championship because I'm going for an undefeated streak now on top of that too. So the chase is on, and hopefully it's drama for people on YouTube. Like, this guy's really still respecting his real life and not trying to fuck everybody over that bad. So he really is the champion of the world at Pac-Man, a guy that's 44 years old, just celebrated his birthday, and he's doing things with him that nobody else is with this game, and this game is growing daily. Yep, I am still trying to do the best I can for fucking everybody. Everything to everyone, as Everclear sung about, and is a really motivating song, guys, because that's another one of the situations. If you don't know the guy, it could be you. It could be you that are the guy that's bitching about everything and not doing whatever they could to fucking change it. So don't be that guy. That guy. You know, like the guy that wears the concert t-shirt to the concert that he goes to that night. It's like, okay, if you bought that concert shirt there and then you put it on, I get it, but you wore your beat down shirt to keep you hyped about the band that you're gonna go see. Okay. I digress. Let's not have another fucking horrible game like that. We were barely placing because we had a bad start. But that's another thing too. We're the champion. We're willing to admit that when this place is replicated with, and the bots are replaced with real people that are fervently trying to take down us and take down our Pac-Maniac championship and separate that by taking one of the divisions down. You know, because then I'll have to separate the belts, guys. But right now I have all of them. They're not separated in one mega belt. I got that belt too because I'm that fucking gaudy. I got the Eastern Championship, the United States Championship, the Global Championship, and the Crown Championship, which is all of them together. The Triple Championship, the Pac-Maniac Championship, the Quadruple stack. I am fucking rocking all of it. I have all the belts, and come at me, bros. So yeah, that's what it is. If you're getting Pac fever now and thinking, I just want to continue to see if this guy pulls us off now, just know that the fucking game is going to change when I get a chance to lay down the law of the land and let you know where we're going with not only this 100,000 point metric and beyond, guys, to 1,000,000 points. When I say points, I mean rating, and we're about to hit 100,000. We will do that live on YouTube, perhaps this evening, based on the moves of my opponent, the mighty MintDaddyPig. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, and you're hanging out with us doing some Chomp Champs and watching the #1 player in the world in Ranked. Hanging out with in chat is Rusty Bucket. He is hanging out and giving us some support while we're doing the morning shift before Braden comes in to do the mid shift today of Vid-Bits programming until Chomp Champs takes off on its own and you see us both streaming at the same time, which will be coming in the foreseeable future. Just know that we will not be interrupting Game of Day May and stuff like that. We will continue to keep the program a lot consistent, and I will continue to update you guys through the community posts on YouTube when that alters. So please stay aware that when it changes on the fly, we will make sure that you know. But as any good card is said in the past, card subject to change. So menu subject to change. If we are taking too long cooking something, it's going to take longer for you to eat it. So shut the. No, I'm kidding. If it's going to not taste good, we're going to throw it out and try it again. So if there's an inconvenience in the process and we're not feeling like it's just right, then so what all those situations mean is if things, when I say the programming block for the day, bump around a little bit, that means it's because of something we can't control, because if you don't let life flow through you in the way that is responsible, then you are not eligible for being on the perfect timeline, which we are. Which when we go to the shoot job and we're going to be there for half a day, we could be losing our spot globally to MintDaddyPig. But the reason why we won't is because we have a great support team that will keep us notified when they get close, if they get close, and I don't think that they will, and I'll be able to fulfill both contracts, and know that because I was responsible and only and try to care about everybody in the right way, that either I'll be able to leave my other job early, or I'll know that I don't feel well, unfortunately, because he's closed the gap, and I have to not, I have to put myself first in this case, and it's also you guys in the hopes of the Vid-Bits that we can keep this streak alive and attain the eyes of many so that we can get all of these people risen to gamer glory. Where are we at? 7:54. Okay, it's about 7:55 EST. I'm going to move in silence. I'm going to be right back on with pause for station identification. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits hanging out. I'm your Chomp champion, the Chomp champ, and the Pac-Maniac champion, the quadruple champ, and we are here hanging out on Chomp Champs. And stick around, I'll be right back, guys. I hope that you're having a wonderful morning or afternoon wherever you are, and I know that we will all have a gloriously superb evening, so stick around. Welcome back to Chomp Champs. I'm Brian and I'm hanging out with you. I'm from the Vid-Bits. I'm also a Pops Plays channel, and also my name is, let's just say Pac-Maniac, but not really. It's Brian, aka Pops, aka Johnny Monad 777, and we are here hanging out with some Chomp Champs as your quadruple champion. I keep pumping it up, like I said, like Chris Jericho or Ultimo Dragon. I want to be the belt collector. I want to have all these championships, these championships, if you will. And we have the United States Eastern Division, that's 1. We have the United States as a whole, that's 2. Then we have the global, that's 3. And then since it's a triple crown, that gets its own thing because it's uniting all 3 of those things. So that's the Crown Championship, the Pac-Maniac Championship, that gives us 4 titles, folks. So since we're undisputed and undefeated, we have all 4 of these belts, and we have them because of you, the Vid-Bits, the fans that have fucking motivated me for the last 16 days to keep going and going on to greater and better and higher things. Because, you know, when you get greatness and you smell greatness, you have to think to yourself, how can I be even greater? Because, you know, we have different levels of rarity here in the Vid-Bits as far as how we do streams, and you have seen all of them getting us to where we're at today. And some of them are such as an excellent stream here is 3 to 5 hours of a stream. Then we have a epic stream, which is an 8-hour stream, followed by the legendary stream, which is the full time that YouTube will allow one continuous stream, which is 11 hours and 55 minutes before they cut you off, which is why you see one that doesn't show the end of one of our matches. And so we knew that. We didn't know that. We should have looked ahead and found that out. But I digress. And then obviously the most crazy one that we do is a mythic stream, which is the 24 hours one, and a lot of YouTubers do one, a charity stream for 24 hours. And so when we do that, it will be done responsibly. And I did not do one. I broke my shit up, but it was pretty damn close to chase the pig down. And you can go on Road to number 1 and see that part. I can't wait to annotate like where I started knowing I needed to chase him down, when I wasn't paying attention to where he was, and then when he smelled that I was on his trail and decided to start running away. But he was the MintDaddyPig, and I am chasing a mint because I am trying to get myself a sponsorship for me and the Vid-Bits so that we can freaking do this thing so much more full time that I'm going to be doing it after I tell this job. That's my only other thing that's supporting me. So it's crazy, guys. I'm now going to be sponsoring myself by now siphoning off the stuff that I have around here. So I don't know. That's bittersweet. You spend all of your life accumulating the shit that you think you need, and then you think that it's going to help you realize your dreams, and then you realize you don't need any fucking shit. All you need is you. So, like, if you take it personally when I say all you need is you, don't, because I need Braden to do this. I need Rusty Bucket to do this. I need everybody that's motivated to do things for themselves to do this too, because I'm an empath and I have to have everybody else be healed before I can heal myself. So now when the people around me are healing and healed, I'm ready to go, and I'm healed up to being the Pac-Man World Champion. And then before Memorial Day and before some other things, and I just don't want to talk about things too much, so I'm not saying some of the other things that hopefully are coming up for Pac-Man, and I'm getting nothing but excited about it. Pac-Man Fever is back, baby, in 2024, and I am at the forefront of it as the Pac-Maniac and Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, brought to you by and published by our good friends at Bandai Namco, and then also published by Amber Playing with Fire. So, you know, published by one, developed by the other. I haven't done too much research about, and I should. We have not had time for a business meeting. I've gone into this from full impressions now, and anything else I've lived, breathed, slept Pac-Man or Vid-Bits content, and then sleeping and networking. It's so pivotal to success to still socially network. And if that means that when you partake upon all of your social contracts, I have to go to the grocery, I have to get food, make sure that you don't always use courier services. And if you do use a courier service, don't have them just drop it off at the door. And if you do just have them drop it off the door and don't interface with them, tip them fucking well, because either way you're going to screw yourself up in balance. You should be having genuine human interactions every fucking day as much as possible. You should. You cannot Johnny Appleseed anything if you don't download information into somebody else's brain. You are doing that when you talk to somebody. My papaw did that to me my entire life when I wanted to sit there. And your parents did too. Whenever they force you in those car rides to fucking listen to them and they don't shut the fuck up, that is the information in your life that you will unlock later in your life and you don't know why. Why do I know this? Why do I know this? Oh, I was talked about this all the fucking time. You were talked about it all the time, and you didn't realize that that's what it is. And then now all of a sudden you know how to do it. You know how to actuate the gameplay and to fix the thing in your life, and you didn't know how. Why do I know that? My papa ranted about how that happened to him one time and how he fixed it. How did he fix it? Let me think. He said that story a million times. It's been so long ago and I didn't want to hear it at all. What the fuck was it? That's how I fixed that fucking thing. How cool is that? That now you realize you had information downloaded in that other half of your brain that you don't use. Yes, you do. It's your fucking hard drive. Part of it is your actuation and your imagination, your creativity, and your doom and gloom and all the other shit. The other half is your fucking hard drive that you keep pulling from to fucking do great things. But unfortunately, if you don't have them in tandem, and you're not living your dreams, you're not having time to think about all the fucking shit that's in your database. You're just living. And it's so hard to fucking think about anything other than surviving. That survivability is the key to the twilight at that point, and we're all living at that point right now, me too. But I know that now the key to the twilight for me, which again I've said, is this unattainable thing. It is attainable. It is attainable to heal people around you. It is attainable to care about other people. It is attainable to let people that you don't think have your best interests still support you in a way that they don't realize they are. They're your haters. And your haters are supposed to be pushing buttons talking about you. So that will make other people money. This thing is all about zeros and ones and zeros and everybody making money. And I have found a way to either piss people enough off to start talking about us to make money, or to make people and to know that we still want them to do whatever they want to do. We just don't understand why they want to do the things they want to do, and we just don't want to quantify that. Okay? Call that whatever you want. The entities and the energies in the universe, with whatever they work for and whatever they do, that want to do the things that's derailing you from living your dreams, is what I'm quantifying there. So we don't have to come up with a name with it. You probably have your own, and you're saying that doesn't matter. What you should quantify is, what can I do maximum right now, pow boom today, to be on the perfect timeline, to be in harmony, and to fucking self-actuate and know that all you have to do is hydrate, love yourself, and motivate each other, plant seeds and water them every day, because we're fucking farmers in the valley, baby, and we are fucking doing it every day. And there are storms that coming, but then sometimes you have to realize after the storms are coming, it's just to water everybody. And then sometimes it's scary of a storm, but that's okay, because then you guys come together and you get through it. And then at the end of the day, when you all grow together, we become beautiful in our own individual way. So we're fucking just gonna keep growing this orchard, keep growing this fucking farm, and keep fucking making everybody eat, because even though we're starving, I'm feeding everybody. And it's more important than me fucking having shit on my walls if I have to work at the movie theater. And if that's not poignant enough of a point that I can explain to you in person, I'm sure that you can go through and I can let you listen to this episode of Chomp Chance. But before I go into this, I'm going to hydrate, brought to our sponsor, water. And I'm going to look and see what our good friend Rusty has been saying, because I haven't been able to keep up with it. I want to get off the rest of that tangent, because this is the only way in my life I keep talking and not being interrupted. So that's why also I'm in bliss, because everybody wants to be heard, but nobody wants to listen. And everybody wants to speak, and they want to speak so that they can fucking listen, have somebody that's listening, just they're ready to line up the next thing they want to say, and they didn't hear a thing that you fucking said. And you know what? If you want to create YouTube, it's amazing, because people can rewind what you say and get motivated by it over and over and over again. Again, healing the system. You guys feel it in the algorithm? I'm making you all money. Not me though, but all of you, and I love you, because you're letting me make money. But not right now. The future me is fucking rich. And that's how you fucking actuate. That is really manifestation. I'm also showing that in real time with this folder called The Road to Number One. So it's also an allegory for how you can be the road to number fucking one now, and I haven't even gone, like what? This folder hasn't had 3 weeks. I've shown what I can do in 7 days, then I showed what I can do in another 7 days. What if by 21 days I'm already fucking signed? Then you could see, I showed you guys, after we paid our dues in 7 years, that in 3 sevens in a row, 777 on this shit, by 21 days, that I'm fucking signed. Then you guys aren't motivated enough? I don't care if this goes viral. Anybody that I touch in the community and high five, and I'm planting and watering seeds in their life and making them start to heal their generational trauma and shit, is worth more than anybody that can pay me, because I've already showed you that we're splitting at 80-20. So what the fuck is going on and with them not catching me? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, how you feel matters, and I feel fucking gloriously superb. So let's fucking go, and let's see what Rusty has to say after I take this sip of water. Muted. Oh yeah, I can hear now. When do you guys sleep? LOL.
I agree 1000%. I always leave a healthy tip. Those servers workers deserve it. Well, you have tipped us by being a member of our membership, so we appreciate that. Yeah, we have not started like talking about tipping because we haven't found the proper way to do it in a way where I think my message enough will make sure when people feel appreciated, they will start donating and stuff like that. And we have exposure of you, and you are the cool guy that's here. And we're not e-begging, we just, you know what I mean? So with the tipping in the service industry, I guess I am in a server right now too, so I should start finding a way for people to understand that they should tip us when they feel motivated to do so, because I've really been straying away from it. I have, and it's been 2 years, and we just now got monetized, and I still waited almost a month to even see, like, there's a green button that was turned off for a while. Our good friend William Grieve told us that shit was turned off and we couldn't make money, so it's not about the money. The money just makes us eat and pushes the everything forward as far as our motivation until we want the money from the sponsorships. We want people that see that we can coexist with their branding so they can pay us, so that people that don't have it have to give us anything. And that way when they do that, we can use that to just launch everything and then give back to the community after the ad revenue for us beginning people to watch our content. Our dream is pretty much to find a way to make TV and find a tangible way to do it. I produced that Bray episode yesterday, and I said during the beginning of it, I do not care if this is not monetized, and I don't care because they deserve all the money. And then I pushed the button way after when they were debating whether or not it was possible, because they were probably filtering through and looking at the music. I didn't try to stream it live for monetization, and that's only something I've been doing with something that's been proven that they're letting me do that, so that's probably why they let me do that with Chomp Champs. But at the end of the day, I said it's not fucking about that at all. And then I woke up this morning and said, you can't have this video monetized, but you can keep it up. And I'm totally fucking fine with that. And I would do it again, and we'd continue to do it because we don't do it for that at all. If you guys knew us, like when we're producing Game of Day May, we have these ideas, and especially when we're trying to do that maximum right now, Pow Boom, we go with the feel of what we want to see is between as gamers first and foremost, and then sometimes what we've sourced from you guys. And then we're literally in a situation where we can look at all of it objectively and think what's the best way to do things. And so we'll be like, okay, this is who we want to go with. No, this, and we will juggle them. Like we're like passing back and forth the people that we're doing the bowling pins. Me and Bray will be standing across. We don't have those, but it's metaphor. And like we'll do that, and then like okay, and then like if it doesn't make any sense, we'll just pitch it, and then we'll just keep it because we could be juggling multiple between us and across a long distance. And then like all of a sudden it makes sense, and then so when it's like okay, say it's his turn, he'll have Red Dead Redemption, and so like I'll be then all of a sudden if we're passing batons back, I'll find a way to keep mine and then let him take the couple that he has in his brain and then go up and then film Red Dead Redemption while I'm resting, doing the social stuff that I have to do, and then like, you know, that's not taxing for him, that's his comfort game, while he's thinking about his conquest, which is the Dark Souls 3 stuff, and then on to the DLC, go into the DLC of Elden Ring at the end. So that's the end of his conquest, which is the longer journey that he can keep you invested over the season if you don't want to just... So you have different things here at the Vid-Bits where you can just decide how you want to be invested. So if he's working on his comfort game because he just did some long conquest because he beat a huge boss in Dark Souls, then he's winding down. I can then either do something with him to take the tension off, and then, or I can solo something. He can go take a break. He can go drink water. He can go do something else that he wants. He can rest. We're basically just trying to create a bigger creative area for them what we have now. We call it the laboratory, but it's getting to the point where because of how small it is, I have to I've decided my passion has pushed out the place that I'm living, but I have to stay here to take care of some elderly people. I know, Chief, he's sighing because he knows that if I leave then he would go with me, and he does not want to leave them either because he's their emotional support animal either, and I can't leave him. So it's like the only thing I can do is improve the area that I'm at, and the room that I'm in doesn't support me now sleeping in it and then having it as the studio because it serves as both right now, because in the other space of the bottom of the lab, my son has his room, and like I don't want to encroach on his space by sleeping in there and making the lab the only, you know, only the place that has the stuff. But I will be doing that when I can get, that will happen as soon as I can get the funding for the gaming chairs and streamline what this room needs to look like. It's still perfect to produce in. I'll just have to go sleep upstairs and sleep on the couch. I'm totally cool to do that. Absolutely fucking fine.
Like, you know, the guy on your couch that you're supporting, I'm gonna vicariously kick myself out of my own room to be the guy on the couch in my own home, and then start selling off my own possessions so I could still stay here to support the elderly that are living here with me because I love them. It's my grandmother and my aunt. They're both disabled in different ways. And support that, and then also still live my dream and know that eventually I'll whittle away all these possessions if I have to keep going until it still hits, but I think it's close, and I'm just going to keep keeping the faith. Let me just take a time to sponsor this moment of silence that we're going to have. We're going to actually have a full 60 seconds as soon as I see on the timer when it goes over, and we're going to have a 60-second pause where you just listen to, and unfortunately any environmental stuff in my house that you will not hear when we're leveling up production wise, but just enjoy it while it is now, because these are things that will never break down in content. We'll never take down our older shit, and we'll just move forward. But as soon as it rolls over, a minute of silence is coming up. I think my internal time says anytime, and I'm not looking at the millisecond one, so anytime. You know when, like, all of a sudden you talked about a minute rolling over and it was like not when you thought, because it was going to be dramatic and okay, guys. I literally just got I just got an amazing synchronicity about cherries, so we'll be seeing that cherry tonight when we munch the cherry for the first time, which I consider 100,000 points, which is 100,000 rating. I'm the first person to do it, so again, there's more pressure than ever against myself in case MintDaddyPig does go on a move, and I will definitely not miss any. It will not be something I will be sacrificing for anything, guys. I have all the championships on the line all the time, but the Pac-Maniac championship is the one that means the most to me, which is having them all united. So if I lose the global championship, that will go back to Mint Daddy, and I'm not gonna have that fucking happen. Do you think that I want that to happen? It's before Memorial Day, regardless of where you're coming from. As me, as a person that likes to see people coming together and feeling good about themselves and feeling good about anything that they can do, and feeling like that's kind of what patriotism is, regardless of what you want to quantify how that feeling is described now. That's originally what the birth of the idea was, so togetherness. So regardless of all that, I'm gonna not lose the Pac-Maniac championship for fucking anything. So that's what's going on, boys. That's what's up. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Just be harmonious with your words, okay? Look at what words do. They create vibrations. If anything else, they create the vibrations that pick up the microphones that we all sign on to hear us on our phones based on the things that we want to do and play. So that's fine, and we all know that. We're cool with that. I'm fine with that, because you just have to think about what you do and just try to be very pure with what you're doing and know that you're not doing anything wrong, so there's nothing to be afraid of. It's only the people that are doing things that are wrong that need to be afraid of, that used to get like the burner phones and all that shit. Like, I have a personal experience where somebody wishes that somebody got rid of a phone, and now they're hopefully going to go to fucking jail. So they robbed my grandmother of a lot of fucking money, and that's wrong. But that's okay. I digress. So phones are awesome though, because then they also remind us of the things that we want to do that are good. So say you kept talking about water, and say you liked a specific brand, you're going to get more direct algorithm marketing towards what your branding is. And it's fine if you find healthy brands. So that's why I'm saying I'm going to make those guys money. So when I say drink water with my son, and I really want you to drink water, we're never telling you the brand, because we don't really know what we're going to drink at any given time based on affordability, and we don't want you to feel like you connect us to this specific branding, and then you then get like upset that you can't support us because we support that water brand. Does that make sense? Is that a sensibility that you can get? Can I logic it out? I really want it to be understood that I cannot gatekeep the secret sauce. Most people will. That's not how we grow. That's not how we fucking learn as a community. So these are the things that I'm using and me and my son are using, and that's why it's going to work, and that's why we're going to be famous. And I'm not stressed about that. I'm stressed about trying to still stay sticking to the grind and meeting the people that has inspired me to get this way, and that being my free time, loving my family and friends, and staying healthy and happy, because we all deserve to do that. And they'll leave us alone if we keep doing that now. Will leave us the fuck alone as long as we can just continue to motivate and create and inspire each other to make them more money. They don't care how we make it. We just have been making it the wrong way because we're staying in the same loops. So we're getting the same bad marketing algorithms that are keeping us in unhealthy habits, which are keeping us blaming everybody else but our fucking selves. Accountability is the key of the twilight. You can be accountable. And I'm telling you, I know that it sounds like a shill, but because Bandai Namco published a game called Dot Hack, I also helped self-actuate to get this point. So Bandai Namco vicariously made it so you guys will now all be able to self-actuate. So if that's not enough to attain sponsorship, then I can just continue to know that at the end of the day, I will still love the products that they produce, love Pac-Man, and still stay on the grind, baby. Creating that sparkster and being that spark and inspiration of people around me in my community, representing the fucking little yellow guy, knowing that my mom knew that one day it would be special in my fucking life, and I didn't know why. And we're just gonna keep rocking and rolling. It's fucking awesome. Oh man. Well, yeah, the FBI is already on it, and it's really my son that got the ball rolling on that, because he fucking was being a charlatan and doing shit to fucking everybody, in a specific community or the specific type of things, and I just don't want to go too much into that. But yeah, what a fucking idiot. I hope he does. Yeah, he needs to go to jail and lose all of his fucking shit. He needs to wipe out. He needs to wipe out, and that's the type of person that needs to have a lot of time to think about what they've done to so many people and families. But hopefully it's just an inspiration, guys, that don't separate your families so much that like they have a disconnect where they can't keep each other in the game. And if you're in semi-retirement, just realize that there's still a reason that you're fucking here, and you should be like that fucking, that shaman on the mountain, and you're giving all the fucking advice to the young cubs, whoever you are, and think that you're useless, and also if you were ever actuating some sort of thing in real life, just know that there's almost always a way to replicate that in 3D and be able to do that and feel useful and feel like you're in a virtual world that can connect you to your experiences, where you can go back and live vicariously through it, which is what we kind of do in a way when we produce digital entertainment here at the Vid-Bits, where we manipulate these game controllers and make these characters actuate in a way and help you influence the decision, so you feel you're part of our playthrough that time, because each playthrough that we do for you guys is not the same as when we've ever done it before. So that's why we can justify ever playing something we've played before again. We're getting to create that and produce that for you and people as entertainers. When I say, again, the symposium, it's almost, if you just look at this as a fucking thing that I'm giving you for free, guys, feel free to just look at it. Like, advice could be like stuff like that. When you're creating your content and you're like, and you've done this and this and that, and I love this and this and that, sure. But if you're a performer and you're an actuator of the fucking entertainment, then make sure that you're doing it, and you're doing it as an actor or a performer with the fucking controller for everybody that's trying to enjoy the medium, and don't be a selfish prick when you're doing it. So if you're doing a project and all of a sudden it doesn't feel right, you say, hey, that's why I don't have this series going on. Straight in, continue, not because it's fucking not awesome, it's because we didn't find out, because we tried to do it live and for the first time and couldn't do that, and also talk to you guys obsessively because it wasn't giving the experience the way that it did. And then it came out circularly when I did Braid yesterday, and I had to do it fucking in silence, and we did get demonetized for it because it wasn't about that, and I wanted fucking everything to get eyes on it. and maybe they'll get eyes on it because they're like, how come these people keep bitching about doing videos on purpose and not doing it for monetization? And when they can get monetization now, they're on fire. So like when we start making so much money, we're like the anti-fucking people. We are the people now. When you hear people bitch about all the projects and all the time that they waste doing it for fucking no money. We have no money, and we're still doing it for the love of the game, and we're approaching 1,000 videos. So if that's not an example for how you guys need to change your mentality, are you that starving? Then fucking downgrade what your mentality is of what your cost of living is coming, and fucking lower your expectations until you resonate higher with how you should look at the game. I am the fucking new helper with changing the game, and it's not just me, it's also Braden, because we're the Vid-Bits, and I have all of my fucking building blocks of my mentality towards all of the time that I've manifested being with this child his entire life, and then even more in an intimate, fucking very honed in environment where we were building and planting the seed of this for the point where monetization almost hit 7 years after we actuated it. Like, I'm telling you, and that's the weirdest. Like I said, 5 of those years we didn't do shit but just keep talking about it and playing games, buying games, getting the collection up, fucking trying to build hope that we could do it one day. And then like after the year 5, then we had the channel. We just like, this is where we need to do it, and then we fucking just locked the name down. And then we fucking now we're looking at 2 years later, so 7-year cap. We're monetized. I'm fucking hitting the Pac-Man record. He's hitting his birthday. We're fucking appealing for sponsorship with enough balls to do it. We're grabbing our balls and jumping. And if we don't, we have other people that we've appealed for sponsorship for. So if we say publicly that the people that publish this game do not want to do anything with us, and we're trying our best to be the best representation for it for forever, then and how much the thing has inspired people to create new things and everything based on how my ideas being inspired by that, the flux of that information, I'm never trying to try to diamond this company. We just want to be able to work with each other, and at the end of the day, that's cool because we'll still stay in our lane, still be poor in this basement, fucking working our ass off. And if that's not motivating for anybody else that you can still be the Pac-Man champion of the goddamn world, let's fucking go. Maximum right now, pow, boom. Water those fucking seeds, bitches. Water them. And if you don't get fucking mad about it, I'm sorry. Maybe that's why we are vicariously saying water all the time, and that's maybe vicariously why Charles is moist. It's a fucking making sure that you need to be wet. And if you don't fucking do that, get in the water and do some surfing or fucking do some swimming. But let's fucking go. Make sure that your stops being dry. Fucking you're gonna get sick and you're looking pale and fucking you're not gonna be happy. Go and do a shower. Do some self-actuation. Do some self-meditation in there. Wake yourself the fuck up and do it 2 times a day if you have to. But you can do this shit. I have, and I'm continuing to show you every day in the road to number 1. Because everybody's like, he's still continuing to put shit in the road to number 1. Yeah, because we're not there yet. We're not there yet, fellows. We're not fucking there yet. So I'm never going to be trying to fuck up with anybody else's branding, but I can see why Let's Fucking Go works. It's just the fucking fiery passion that says this needs to happen, and even if I'm there and it doesn't make any sense, that it's something that you can do too, and if you're not doing it, let's fucking go. And if you are doing it, let's fucking go! Let's go. That's the third one too, baby. And again, I got to go to work, possibly work a 12-hour shift, could lose 144 matches to Pig if he gets the note out, and then my fucking social contract will finally be actuated where I have to break my contract with the place that I work and I'm rush on my bike to get here and defend the fucking honor of the Pac-Maniac Championship. But still, I am fucking fulfilling all social contracts and obligations to everybody I possibly can. So that's what a cosmic contract is. All your obligations across all mediums of all the people that you've affected in your fucking life as many ways as you can. And that doesn't make any sense to a lot of people, but the people that it does, start doing it. You already planted the seeds. They fucking are just stagnated somewhere else, and you fucking are not, like, connecting with them. Carrie, thinking that video games doesn't make me do anything in my life. Wasting my time within fucking video games. You're an amazing bartender, and I can't wait to invest in a restaurant that you get to do whatever the fuck you want. But you need to shut the fuck up about me when I try to connect with you over and over and over again, and your mother is dying right now. That's the fucking truth. And I can clip these things. That's what I'll clip as shorts and start sending my family members to wake them the fuck up. I'm like, what are you doing with your life, Brian? Pac-Man World fucking Champion, bitch! And that's the first time I've even said it. 1,344 wins while I still have my fucking enemy on my tail. But I got my Husko sleeping right next to me, and he's like, yeah, daddy. And usually if I'm yelling this much, he's fucking scared and fucking wolfing, but he's vibing. He's fucking vibing. And I'm gonna fucking snap a picture of him, because if you knew how these animals are and somebody was screaming at you right next to it, you would know they would not look like this. They would not be chillos. They would not chillos on the pillows, baby. And I'm gonna put it up for the community post, but you can only see it if you're a member. You can only see it if you're a member of the Vid-Bits. Only see what we're doing right now, and fucking it's just amazing. Gloriously superb. And then I'm also going to have to ride my bike in the rain with a 90% chance of rain with a thunderstorm, and I still won't call somebody because most of the time those people make me feel bad about it. So that's where your champ's going. And he's going to eat fucking some sort of Taco Bell or something like that because, not because he's sponsored by it, because it's the cheapest thing he could possibly afford. That's our life. And if you donate it to me now because you felt bad, I'm putting it in this fund to get the Nintendo Switch instead of my pocket to eat, because that is what I committed to do, to show you that the Fun Club means everything to me, because you guys mean everything. Okay. I feel like all that has to get out, and like by the time that I get to a specific number, they're like, okay, cool, he doesn't have to bitch about that anymore. And I don't want to do it too much where it's like, then the milestone was that was his 4th boss, is when he finally established how everything works around here, and he's laying the law of the land as the Pac-Lord. I don't want to be the lord of anything. I just want you guys to fucking do the best you can every day, because now that I have, I'm here. There you go. There you go. Creating new sponsor me videos daily. No, I mean, that could be our gimmick, because it seems like when I'm pitching, it's like, I won't stop pitching because I want you guys to fucking get each other fired up to getting other people in the Fun Club so I can give you guys shit. Because I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to have the Double Dare-esque game show, or the fucking Legends of the Hidden Temple game show that makes sense to make. Because people could make those now, but they don't have the motivation to do it. And when I'm filling one with the Fun Club, and we're doing like the fucking Olympic-style video game stating events, shit like the End of the Wizard, I mean, it's all going to be amazing. And there's people who already have the money to do it, and they're running out of ideas for videos. So they can just give us the money tomorrow. But I want them to know that I need to make sure that they're ethically sourced first, and they're going to make the Fun Club standards. Like, I want to make sure that makes sense, you know what I mean? Because me and Braden have worked hard for this, but we're not going to fucking ruin the integrity of the brand by selling out. We are our brand, and our brand is our integrity, and we live our gimmick, and our gimmick is our image, and it's all the same, because it's not a fucking, it should be the same. But when, unfortunately, you're horribly, convinced that you can't live your dreams in your life, you keep wearing the masks that you have in society to get through it. So just stop wearing those shitty masks on those shitty people and just fucking hide in your little hidey hole and actuate on your little dreams, you know? Move in silence if you have to, because the people that even are supporting the most keep saying stuff unintentionally to fuck you up. They keep doing that. I don't know why, but they keep doing that. I don't know why. The people that you love the most. But, you know, you shouldn't be seeking validation. Stop seeking validation. If you need to seek validation, again, go to a counselor. Get some outside support. First of all, it's either, if it's emotional, get. Let me take another drink, because this fucking, I feel like when my mouth gets dry, because I have a really good cadence and I've been keeping really moist in my mouth, that like it fucking like only gets dry now when I need to make sure I make this point perfectly. And that's the end of this bottle, so I'm gonna have to take a pause to get another one. So you may have to as well. Maybe that's what that means, because I've been drinking it pretty modestly. If you need to, if you're trying to still live your dreams and you need to vent, and you have a roadblock, and it's mental, there's 2 ways to fucking help yourself, because you're not helping yourself with the group you're around. You're not. If you're still trying to live your dreams, because living your dreams is you're not already there. It's like getting there, and then like getting to your dreams is then when you get there, it actually kills that dream and it dies, because you're living it, and you don't stop living it, you don't stop enjoying it, but then you have to have new dreams. And if you don't, you keep living that dream, and it's fine. You found like your heaven on earth, it's fine. But when that dies, you have to have new aspirations, and that's why you see people do things that you don't like. It's because they have the money to do those things. But if you think about it other than that, and I hope I don't lose this point, it was really poignant. The other half of that is, you need to seek a therapist or a counselor outside of your group, because they're not helping you live your dreams. They're not. They're doing something to stagnate you, because you're either helping them too much emotionally, physically, and you're denying yourself, you're pouring from an empty cup too much. So what you do then is you use a counselor or an outside source of any kind, so that makes more people money. Thank you, you're welcome. And then you do that, and that will get you back on path if you need heals that way. We are like that. We're those heals. We're not counselors, but we can help get you the right path of at least reminding you should go find therapy. Well, so that's the base level of heals that we're going to do, and we're going to never say that we are doctors or anything else. So we're not. So we're just telling you that, well, you can live through our life experiences and our venting, and we don't ever want you to trauma dump if it's that bad. We're going to tell you the same thing that anybody else tells you. Like, if you have a problem, if you have an addiction or a problem, go to a counselor or a medical facility. That's just the way it is, because we can't be held legally responsible for that. but you go to a therapist or a counselor, okay? If it's a technical problem on your dream, this is the big part. Again, you're stagnating on it and a technical problem, you still do not go to anybody that you're around. It doesn't fucking work. They're stagnated. They don't have any way to help you unless they are a philanthropist and can give you the money, and that's the problem. Because most of the time it is too. Part of our issue is now the problem is the money. We've come to the point where we we mentally are where we need to be, but we do not have the money to keep going at the pace that we need to go because we need to upgrade equipment. And even if we could find out what that money is quantifiably, I could tell you, and then I would shut up about the money, because then I could still focus on like what the backlog is and the content. We wouldn't have to have more than that and keep moving forward. The only thing is when the money hits, it goes into the fun club, so everybody starts to get the windfall of it earlier. Okay. So now I'm starting to give you, that's half the key. So if you only have half the key, the other key is if it's a technical problem, you go to somebody that's an expert in the fucking field. That's what you do. Because that person is going to, if you're lucky, give you their time. But they're an expert. They're a fucking expert. You don't get their time for free. Okay? I'm giving it for free because I'm making a cosmic contract with the universe that I get it. And I'm not a gatekeeper. So I will always give you the tech about video games and anything I know. Because I just can't be a gatekeeper. And these people are not gatekeepers. But when you tip your cap to them and you have nothing, then the universe lines them up to actuate the most poignant thing to say to fucking act to get you where you need to be, and they may not even know why. Because Thor, you two, we've been talking about water, and you were taking a sip of whatever, and you go, and you actually read back the question. And when you read back the question, it made me know that you cared enough to at least make sure that you reformatted in your head how you spoke about it. And you gave such a beautifully woven tapestry of what it is to be unraveled in my brain for at the end of 7 years about what to do next. But I still just need the money so I can upgrade the lab so I can keep going. And I'm fucking about to like wreck the social contract. So you said trust the process, and now like I don't want to piss anybody off still. When the end of the fucking movie theater job is the end of a fucking my midlife crisis. So it's fucking it's insane, bud. Like I wish that I knew that I could just send this to you specifically, because the way that you unlocked all this shit for me is the other half of the key, which has made me get the whole thing now, the whole enchilada, and we're giving it to everybody for free because that's what you do. But again, I don't want to e-beg, and I don't want people to be like, man, this guy's begging for money. No, because I still am so piously humble at this point and grateful and thankful and blessed that I'm not stressed about it. I'm more stressed about how much longer my mental capacity now is going to sustain that the people around me that I'm taking care of keep thinking that because they don't understand because they're older, that it's still not happening for us. I guess that's keeping it real, man. I'll be right back. Okay, if you're tuning in this far, I'm going to go ahead and do 2 more matches, which will settle us right up with a pack snack, which is about 18 games, up to the cherry, which is 100k at this point. I've kind of mathematically quantified it out, so it's just a beautiful, poetic thing to start the stream of this evening, nabbing the cherry right before Memorial Day while being the Pac-Maniac, the global champion, the United States and United States Eastern champions, so the Triple Crown making me the quadruple champion, because that Triple Crown morphs into the Pac-Maniac Championship, which I hog so proudly, and I will adhere to the side of it, the first side plate, the cherry, when I hit 100,000 rating as the first player to do it. So like I said, setting the metric high, setting the bar high, and keeping the game rolling. So if the cherry is the 100,000 rating and I'm the first person to do it, can you only imagine what the next metric is? And I'll give you a hint. The next benchmark is going to be, if you're paying attention to what I'm going for here, 300,000. So first benchmark 100,000 rating, which we're about to hit tonight, and then the next one we won't talk about milestone wise until the 300,000. So I'll let you guess in the comments what you think 300,000 will be if 100,000 is the cherry. So just kind of go with it. And again, I will get eventually this belt if I don't get it sent to me by the great people at Namco or Bandai Namco. Not that I'm calling you out on it, but I will get the belt on. I will put the side plates on based on all these metrics I'm hitting, and the first one is 100,000. So the first side plate would be a cherry, you know, and then I can make the other one customizable how I feel. So both sides will have a side plate. You know, I can see the center plate just being like the Pac-Maniac Championship, because you could only have it if you're global champion. So, you know, you got to be the global champion. So like if I ever to lose any of the championships, or lose the U.S. Eastern or the United States Championship, entirely, then I gotta just put that belt on the mantle until I reclaim it. But right now, as far as anything else goes, then it would just be representing what rating I'm at, and right now I'll be at the rating of Cherry, which is what I've now dubbed the separate rating system within this game. And then I also have the Scrooge McDuck Championship, which I haven't dubbed that yet, but it's basically the belt that signifies that you have the most currency in the game after you've purchased all the things in the eShop, and I have that currently. So I'm now a 5-time champion. That's not unified with the other championships because they're actually, about in-game feats, versus this is just something that is the metric of who's played the longest and has the most currency. So I am trying to get this Scrooge McDuckian style vault full of pack coins that I'm going to just chomp right into. So, and we're working on other metrics, trying to get you excited about playing Chomp Champs besides just getting up here and in the conversation when we give you props at the leaderboard spots, but also motivation to when you hit the highest of heights, your dream of dreams. You can only attain these higher levels of competition, the ultra fucking Pac-Man levels, as if you're up here competing with me and you have a championship, or then, the only way that you can get the side plates for the metrics on your championship, your Pac-Maniac championship, is if you beat me. But you can get your own belt, and when you get your own belt, the side plate could signify that you hit 100,000 rating, and I'm cool with it, because that's what happens when you're in the Vid-Bits fun club. It's really cool when you can hang out and come up with cool ideas, and then if you like this, you basically can co-op it. I'm cool with it because I'm gonna do it. So you get your belt, and then side plates represent all these cool metrics I'm hitting with rating. Our score. I like to call it score instead. And so again, when I hit 100,000 tonight, if I had that, so I have it I'm manifesting it by looking at it in my head. It's gonna be amazing looking. And then like the side plate would be, since I hit 100,000, I'll get to adorn the cherry on it when it happens. I can do a video of it when it happens, right? Because I'll have to buy all the side plates ahead of time, but not really, because the next metric is 100,000 ratings, so it'll give me time to get the belt by the time that happens. But I'm 300,000 ratings, so it's 3 times this. So then I won't tell you the next benchmark. Again, I'll let you kind of just discover it based on the metrics I'm using. A little homage to our friend here, Pac-Man. But yeah, the cherry on top so far, and the first side plate goes on our belt tonight when we get the cherry for this game, which is the first person to get 100,000 rating. But you can be the second person, I don't care. Get the side plate for your belt and put it on there, and then keep going on towards the goals we're setting. But no, we're setting those, and we're setting new grounds, making it so that you can see things in a different way and have fun, and when you look at games differently, and use your imagination to also marry with the amazing entertainment that whatever company is publishing those, and whatever people that are developing those games are developing them. So I think I have one more match. I want to make sure I don't screw it up. I want it exactly to be right on point. So let's refresh here. Good that he's not moving, but yeah, I think I need one more. Let's do one more and refresh it and see, because I don't want it to roll over, because last time I really wanted to roll over before Pig had the match, so we could give him a little bit more build, but we gave him 100 steps, guys. I don't know what more we could have done to do that, so... If you're following along, we have all the pressure in the world as Pac-Man, because we are as Pac-Man. As you see, we don't dolly up in there. If you look at our text screen, it says that we've had 2 items worn in the costume shop. It's because we went over here and we went to the glasses and bought the rare star glasses just as a flex and put them on in the eShop. Then also put on this mask, this bandit mask, which I didn't know that we were going to be the bandit of YouTube by taking over your hearts and making you think things differently. So also like the Phantom Thieves and Persona, we have stolen your hearts, hopefully. It made you realize you should self-actuate and hydrate. And speaking of hydration, this episode of Chomp Champs brought to you by our sponsor, water. Find some and enjoy it. Nice, crisp, cool, and refreshing, or lukewarm in a bottle or cantina, or however you can have it, just as long as you don't steal it. Water. But yeah, that's what really's happened there, so that's why my stat says 2 for that, which made me sad, because I could have had a stat of 0 if I would have known that, because I'm just Pac-Man. That's who I am. And I could have been all those characters, but I didn't know why I wanted to be just Pac-Man. But in this game, after his 44th birthday, I've been able to, you know, for the Vid-Bits, gift him the throne of the world, and that is basically all of the championships that I can give him, which is the North American Eastern and North American Complete and Global Championships for his birthday, dressed as him. And I hope that that's enough for you, because we really started the story, it was personal, and then it just became the point where I could do a sponsorship video as well. So please sponsor us. We want the money so we can make the lab and we can live comfortable lives. I can't wait to have clean linens and clothes and not get pink eye from having my linens not be able to be slept in only a couple times before I wash it, because my washing machine's about to break down, and I have a husky and his hair's all over the place, and I try my best, and I'm just so stressed about all these things that you just don't understand. They're just human life things, but you know, people, you can do it. Just don't sponsor me as if you're a human that's here, that's just watching and enjoy the shit. I'm not e-begging for you. I want the sponsorship from the big guys. I have reasons to get that. I don't know if it's responsible to get the Sony money, because I don't want to alienate our brand with that. But you know, we are the #1 player in this game in PlayStation, so we've took the PlayStation brand to #1. That's number one. Number two, I feel like, you know, we are definitely representing the brand correctly for Pac-Man and the community, and people are really digging it and starting to get Pac-Man favor again, which is exactly what I've been formulating online to you guys in real time. So you can see that I'm actually curating the marketing strategy in real time. Number three, I've watched an old classic show from the 60s that has a lot to do with business marketing, and it's just in the form of a sitcom, and I will redact that name, but it's given me a lot of like submerged in that idealism from what worked back in the day in like the 60s as far as old school marketing, and I feel like that's why I've more organically kind of curated it this way, because I've been susceptible to it and eligible to it. So I hope that all those things considered, you will just be like, yes, you guys deserve an amazing laboratory, and we can be like, you know, like how Capcom like had like the lab back in the day that they made like DuckTales and Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers, and it was like, you know, and then you saw the kids and they're like in the lab coats and they're playing the games and they're like, ah yes, and they're talking about how awesome it was and shit. Like, you could literally know that you're the one like funding us to have that right now, and until the brand deal didn't make any sense, at least we'd know that you helped get us off the ground, and we could feel like we could pay each other back. But you guys as a company have published games that have influenced me in a life as a person, that if I took a lie detector test, there's no way I would fail it, and that's just the way I guess I would also sell the pitch to you, that you already have the email from our company in your folder and haven't yet to respond to us. So I guess the waiting game is who gets here first, guys. Who gets here first, Bandai Namco? Like, I don't want to, it's not threatening at all, but when you're starving and you're a starving artist and you continue to paint for free, and I have spent more, there's more cataloged footage of your game on YouTube from us as the Vid-Bits, but more from me. All of the Pac-Man footage is all of me except for 90 minutes, which was Umbre's mini movie, what he thought about it, and so it could stay in our first impressions folder. But guys, honestly, nobody else is giving you this much footage for free, and the trade-off is you've been blessing me enough to keep it monetized, which I'm so thankful, appreciated, and thank you so much, and please continue to do that. So I'm motivated to keep doing this, because I guess if you turn monetization off, I will keep doing it, but then I'll just do it like offline and just do it on a different platform or start over again for funsies. I really will. I really will, if I can't be. You guys are so upset about the message of me trying to spread the joy of Pac-Man to everybody, and that they have really been inspired that they could do anything, and it's amazing, because I won't talk about them until it's the end of the conversation now, and they're still inspired by the fact that they see how I figured out life, and I've used Pac-Man in a way to do that. So as I'm getting close to do these things that are also helping you structure your contests through an esports league, and also structure the stats of everybody that's in it, I'm really fleshing all this stuff out for free. So it's almost like I'm working for this company, for this game, to get the groundswell to increase the sales, but I'm still only doing it out of the love of the game, because I would do this in a fucking cave by myself for the love of it. So I have the server stats to prove it from the higher power, and if you want to qualify that as God, then that's what it is. They have looked at all the shit I've done by myself and got no accolades, and then I've loved the games I've played. So that being said, I think this is the last game, and I will do a recap, and then I have to get out of here. I have to ride to my job. I'm still trying to get coverage to the other half of my shift. If I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. I got to quantify exactly how many hours ahead I am of MintDaddyPig, but if I lose the global championship, then the Pac-Maniac Championship is disbanded, and I have to just slap on my shoulder the Eastern United States and the United States Championship, and then get to fucking work. And, you know, then I also got that Ella the $1 Million Man, Scrooge McDuckian style title that represents the fact that I have the most money in the game anyways, but You know, that's because I am the only person that could have more money than me is my rival, MintDaddyPig. So the Mint's got the money, the most money behind me. So I have all these cool motives I've made, this narrative. And if you want all of the narrative that I got, you could literally take the mantle if you take the Pac-Maniac Championship away from me, but you won't. And as I adorn the jewel that is the cherry on the side of the side plate of this metaphorical but soon to be a reality championship, just know I deserve to be a champion in life, and I've worked really hard for it, and you can be too. Just follow your dreams, activate them by living your best life every day, doing the best example around your community, love and touch base with everybody, ping them, you know, give them a fist bump or a high five, make sure that you resonate with your energy and show your infectious attitude with whatever you're doing. Put yourself last when you do that though, so talk about whatever you're achieving that's making them feel infectious last. Let them feel your energy first. Listen to what they need to talk about. So 80% them, 20% you, just like we work at the Vid-Bits. So I appreciate you guys. We are 20% us and 80% you, because we still have to heal, we still have to take breaks, and if out of a 24-hour day, we pretty much only stop between the two of us about 4 hours. So it's not out of hate, nobody's being abused, and we're still tapped out on all ends because the wave lifts you up and also crashes. But you can choose how you respond to it, because at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it. I love you so much, guys. Gonna enjoy this, and then I'm gonna sign off after I do the sports show. But I wanted to get the last message, the last commentary out before then, and I will do the end cap, and I will get out of here and get to go. Just know what a quizzical thing it is. Am I gonna get a phone call from Bray saying the guy's on my heels? I need to just come home, which I will. I'm gonna risk I don't know how much money they sponsor you for. I don't know if it's scaled to what you're doing. I'm making history with Pac-Man after his 44th birthday, so can you quantify that over a $13 an hour job that you only get 20 hours a week at? That I can't. So I hope that anybody that's like thinks, where's this guy coming from? Like, well, I'm defending the honor of America to those people that care about that too, because it's going to a Memorial Day. So if I fuck up now, then we lose the championship on Memorial Day, before Memorial Day, to whatever country he's from. When again, I don't care about that, because I think that you're great wherever country you're from. So it's not like that, but it's almost like a competitive thing, because back in the day they used to be competitive with each other in the video games, but two people were from different countries. So you know, you'd have different games that would actually let you put your flag of your country next to your name and stuff, or you know, you'd say like, you know, what was denoting your country or whatever. But like, it's just really cool that I can put this, you know, a stamp on Pac-Man's history with this specific game, because I will always play the new iteration of the game that came out, except for some reason when I don't, which 99 was one of those ones I didn't put a lot of time in because I wasn't getting my feels. And unfortunately 99 had to die and shut down so this could flourish, and they tried to give 99 a send-off in a way where you have as much playable shit as possible. But man, please realize that a game that was on a single platform went multi-platform, or if I'm misspoken, it has more reach now by being seen on Sony, Xbox, PC, and Switch at the same time versus just one platform or a couple platforms. So I hope that the visibility, and when you see the Vid-Bits, know that we're representing video game culture, and we just happen to be able to do that joyously through the medium of Pac-Man, and split this off into another amazing program called Chomp Champs, which I am the Pac-Maniac, the Pac-Man champion of the world, and I'm very happy to be your MC for this. So let's go ahead and look at what we got going on here. No, let's knock you up into another game. Alright, an even 1360. There we go. Okay, so that's what I call Pack Snack Away. So it's 1,500 experience points, which will put me right at 100,000. That takes about 18 games. If you go really fast, they can do about 90 minutes worth of time. But if you relax, it takes about 2 hours. So we're about 2 hours away from being the first person to hit the cherry or 100,000 rating. I appreciate you guys tuning in, and I'm going to go through the MC, the leaderboard, get ready, and just go out the door, and know that I'm going to only give my opponent I only have by my opponent the lead, though it's half the amount of time that I'm obligated to work for this company that I still try not to screw over. So the universe will put us in balance. Hopefully Bray his phone is dead, so I don't know what's going on there. So at this point, if I have a time limit where I don't get him by, then I'm still going to just ride home, because I can't not know. You know what I mean? Like, that's the drama that you're experiencing in the esport, where somebody's trying to curate it live, still live their best life, still fulfill all their social contracts, not make it your problem, but let you know, because that's how relatable we are. And I hope that you enjoyed that. But let's go ahead and see what the leaderboard is looking like now at the end of this almost 4-hour session, which we call an excellent session, which is 3 to 5 hours here. So let's go down, and it could be exactly the same, but it still means that these people deserve their props because they stayed the same and other people are making moves. So let me grab a water real quick, and I'm going to let you marinate on that before I end up and wrap up this episode of Chomp Champs, and I hope that you've been having a great time. All right. And you can see it's pretty cool that the difference between Insanity Drew and Daddy Mark as far as their ranking go, the rating go, or I say points, their points is 20,492 versus 20,493. They're just 1 point away from each other. And Insanity Drew being number 20 with 279 and 1, and Daddy Mark with 288 and 4, and they are 20 and 19 respectively. Number 18 is Guardian Fan Such with a 279 and 1 and a 20,665 rating. Number 17, P-Man 454 with a 298 and 1, 21,381 rating. Number 16, Try Again with a 346 win-loss record and a 21,707 rating. Number 15, Lucifer Heaven with a 325 perfect and 0 record with a rating of 23,158. Number 14, Gamer 2012 with a 365 and 4 win-loss record and a rating of 23,774. Number 13, True Carnage with a win-loss of 327 and 1 with a rating of 23,808. Number 12, David Dow 00 with a win-loss of 330 and 0 and a rating of 24,611. Number 11, Yellow with a 377 and 1 win-loss record and a rating of 26,645. Number 10, Space with a 383 and 0 win-loss record and a rating of 27,754. Number 9, Eve Branch with a 430 and 5 win-loss record and a rating of 29,047. Number 8, Shanimal, just edging out the leaderboard splash page with a 446 and 2 win-loss record and a rating of 30,476, the 8th person to crest the 30,000 point metric. Good job, Shanimal, but you are just outside of the reach of the splash page, which is right here, so you are cut off from here. So again, these three people, Space, Everbranch, and Shanimal, you off the splash page. That's how close you are, but you're still in the top 10 of the top 20 Chomp Champs in the global division of this game. Number 7, Shiba Inu with a 536 and 11 win-loss record with a rating of 33,136. Number 6, Mothership with a 488 and 2 win-loss record and a rating of 33,797. Now your top 5 Chomp Champs in the global division. Number 5, Mr. Socrates 1988 with a 489 and 0 win-loss record with a rating of 36,130. Number 4, Abigador Sada 007 with a 670 and 6 win-loss record and a 47,371 rating. I guarantee you they will be within 50,000 soon. They will be the 4th person to do it. You guys should catch up if you want. They were only the 4th person to hit 40,000. They are rolling through the competition, whoever they are. The top 3 Chomp Champs of the global division. Former United States champion Kofi YT with an 829 and 0 win-loss record and a rating of 61,686. Former global champion MintDaddyPig with a 1,302 and 4 win-loss record and a rating of 93,787. And the reigning and defending undisputed Pac-Maniac champion, the Triple Crown, also holding the most money, so the $1 million or whatever championship for Pac-Mania, for having all of the money after spending all of the coins in the eShop, so I guarantee you I have the most currency. The Eastern Champion of the United States, the entirety of the United States Champion, and the Global Champion of Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs is the Vid-Bits, with a impressive 1363 win-loss record and a rating of 98,531, just 18 games, perfect games away from hitting 100,000 rating and being the first person to do so. Also making the cherry, going for that as the side plate to the Pac-Maniac Championship. So as you're counting along on, if you're keeping along at home, kids, know that the next metric will be 300,000 rating, and you can guess what that is if we're using Pac-Man logic. So I hope that you've had a good time here. We're just about to wrap up, and it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits. I hope you check out what our programming schedule is going to be today. Braden's going to come in here and just rock it. I know he always does. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm sure he got some Red Dead. I know that he is waiting to get into the rest of his conquest now that he's finished Dark Souls 3 and that DLC there at the end of that, and he now has to get Elden Ring and then get through that and be able to be ready to start the DLC with everybody else, which is very interesting. But also he may be doing some stuff in the community Minecraft realm. Again, we're not a Minecraft YouTuber, not associated with it financially, but he loves to play in there, and then that way on the free time when he has time, and that way the people that have been joining our Discord and joining our membership tiers, getting those perks to be in there, are having a lot of fun, and that's awesome too. Not to mention he's working on some speedrun stuff for some conquests, but you know, that's going on. All I'm really hanging out with doing is Pac-Man and Dave the Diver right now. Dave has been floating around waiting for me, hanging out on top of the boat. It's going to happen soon, Dave. I know I'll be back there because I'm trying to focus on getting the Chomp Champs E-League going, making sure that people understand that they should be connecting with their fathers and their sons, playing games if they feel so inclined to do so, or anything that you're motivated to do so. But in this case, getting those guys connected that are doing that culture where you're pushing each other on leaderboards and scoreboards and time attacks and stuff like that, and getting those people connected and feeling like they can be superstar gamers and focused out in the community is really part of this too. It's just about me as it is you, and I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for the gamers, because I am one, and it really just is for the culture. So hopefully you have a great day today. We'll be back today with some more great Vid-Bits programming and some more Chomp Champs way later. It'll be way later after the programming day mainly, but hopefully, I mean, if he catches up after I show you this math. That's right, the math, shit. I forgot, let's do the math. No, you do the math. I'm doing it. I know, Pac-Man. So 8531 minus 3787. It's 4744, which is sweet. There's fours there, so 4744 divided by 75. It's 63.25 games. So we'll say 64. We'll say 64 to beat me. And then 64 is divided by 12. So I'm about 5 hours and 20 minutes ahead, guys. 5 hours and 20 minutes ahead. That's all it is. So I basically, when I leave, that's the 20 minutes to my work. So I have 5 hours. And if I wait the whole 5 hours and I come back and they play the entire time after I get off of talking to you, which you probably won't. So there's some variance there. But if you did, then I would lose the championship. So 5 hours and 20 minutes is the barterment as to when he could start moving. Now that I've stopped playing, and take everything from me, guys, that I've built so far up. But again, I'm not doing this unhealthily. I'm having all of my social contracts met. I'm still being healthy with my social relationships, still sleeping, still eating, still doing everything like that. So you can do these things and make great things happen, but still do the things that you're supposed to do. And I hope that I'm a living embodiment of that. So with that, it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits, and we will see you in the next episode of Chomp Chance. Peace.